Okay, we may begin.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the January 21st regular meeting of the Newark Unified Board of Education. The meeting is called to order at 5:07 p.m. As you probably know, during the pandemic, all of our meetings are virtual. There are two ways for you to watch our meetings. You can watch the live stream of the meetings on our YouTube channel, and this will be recorded. You can also join our live Zoom meeting. If you want to make a live public comment during our meeting, then you will have to join our Zoom meetings. The instructions on how to do so are readily accessible on our website. Okay, moving on to the next item, roll call. Mrs. Gutierrez, roll call, please.
Yes, thank you. Member Martinez?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Here.
Member Grindal?
Here.
Member Hill?
Present.
And President Jean.
Here. Okay, thank you. And moving on is approval of the agenda. May I get a motion to approve the agenda as it is?
I move to approve the agenda as is.
I think you're muted, Member Grindal. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Member Martinez, seconded by Member Nguyen. I'll call the vote. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
And my vote is also yes. Motion carries unanimously. And I will move on to the next item, which is our study session. Ms. Gutierrez, is there any public comment on our study sessions?
No public comment on the study session.
Okay, then moving on to the start of our study session. I will yield the floor to Superintendent Dr. Triplett.
All right, thank you very much, President Jean. Good evening, board members, staff, and community. Happy Thursday after the inauguration. Just want to just say how exciting it is that we had this historical occasion where we now have, for the first time, a female person of color as our vice president. It's truly a monumentous era that's about to begin. So this evening, we're going to be discussing in the study session, do a budget update and discuss a little bit about some of the budget process that occurs, and then also loop back to a discussion that we had in, I believe, November related to reserves, Fund 17, and some other issues that the board directed the district to continue to work on and evaluate. So we'll start by, I'd like to turn it over to our Chief Business Officer, Ms. Dela Cruz, and she's going to do a presentation, after which we'll have a chance to have questions, answers, and then discussion, in particular around this question that Ms. Dela Cruz will discuss more, and that is around the Fund 17 and the reserve percentages. Ms. Dela Cruz?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Let me, you see the slide? Yes?
Yes, you can.
Okay, great. Pick the right one. Okay. So yeah, good evening, board members, and thank you, Dr. Triplett. We will be reviewing the budget this evening, starting with just a review of what the budget cycle looks like every year, and going back to where we were at first interim in the multi-year projection, and what kinds of changes have happened since the first interim report that has impacted or will impact our budget, and the outstanding budget issues that Dr. Triplett referred to, and budget balancing solutions, and what we are planning to do looking forward. So first of all, the budget cycle. Normally, our budget is adopted in June, our current year budget. And after the budget is adopted, the state will enact the budget. So the legislature will approve the budget around June and sometimes in July. There's a 45-day budget revision in August. If there are any significant changes in the actual state budget that was enacted that has impacted our budget, we're obligated to inform the public and inform the board of what those revisions are within 45 days that the budget was passed. And in September, we have what's called the unaudited actuals. This is actually a report of the year-end financials from the previous year. So the report in September is actually about the fiscal year prior. And then the first interim report in December covers the current year from July through October of the current year. And then we have the governor's budget proposal where he presents his proposal for the following year. And this is about the time that the district starts their enrollment projections, staffing projections, and determining budget allocations. And the second interim report is in March, which covers the budget period of July through January of the current year. And if the second interim is certified as a qualified report, then we have to file a third interim report. So that's in May if it's needed. And then the governor's May revise, which comes out in May, are the changes from his January budget proposal. So as you can see throughout the year, we're dealing with 2 to 3 years of our budget. So we're looking at our current year, we're looking at the future year, and we're looking at the prior year. So at first interim, when we did our multi-year projection, if you recall, we had projected a deficit in the 21-22 school year of about $742,000. And then in 22-23, which is the second year out, we had projected a deficit of 3.2 million. And that was assuming we would not be receiving any cost of living increase in either of those 2 years. We recently received our letter from the Alameda County Office of Education. We submitted our report to the county, which is required. They review it, they analyze it, and they either concur or they may change our certification, but in this particular case, they concurred with our positive certification. However, they did point out a couple of requirements for our second interim report. We have to provide an itemized list of the expenditures that are included in the projected $500,000 in savings from the school consolidations, and also a list of items to balance our budget totaling $742,000 for the 21-22 school year. So what kinds of changes have occurred since our first interim report? The governor released his 21-22 budget proposal a few weeks ago. It was on January 8th. And in his proposal, he is providing COLA for next year of 3.84%. And if you recall, at first interim, the assumption was we would not be getting any cost of living increase. So this 21-22 COLA actually includes what they're calling catch-up COLA for this year, because we didn't receive COLA this year either. So the actual COLA in 21-22 is 1.5%. However, with the 2.31% that we should have received this year, the total for next year will be 3.84%. There's also round 2 of the CARES Act stimulus package, which is now called the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation, CRRSA, or CARES Act 2. We are expecting to receive more of the ESSER funds, which is the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Funds. The state is receiving about 6.8 billion. And right now the preliminary estimate for Newark is 1.8 million. And this is also, again, based on our Title I allocation. And these are one-time funds. We could possibly receive more of the governor's emergency education relief funds, also known as the GEAR funds, but the governor hasn't determined yet what he is going to do with these funds. And it's about 341 million for the state. If you recall, we talked about cash payments that are being deferred, the payments that normally would be provided to the district on a monthly basis are being deferred in order to save budget at the state level. There's no change to the deferrals that they had scheduled for this year. We were supposed to get, or we will still have deferred and delayed payments in February through June. And instead of receiving them in February through June, we will receive those payments next year. And then the 2022 deferrals, those for the most part are going to be eliminated except for June, which will be paid in July 2022. And the reason why we bring this up because cash payments are really critical to our ongoing operations. It's what it provides us in order to pay our payroll and also our vendors. Fortunately for the district, we do have funds in our other, we have cash in our other funds to where if we needed to borrow, we could borrow. We don't have to get an outside source to borrow funds. Some of the outstanding budget issues that we need to address includes the increase to our reserves. Our goal is to at least have 17% in reserves in our general fund, as well as our Fund 17, which is the reserves for economic uncertainties. We also have the interfund transfers from Fund 17 to the general fund that we need to resolve by second interim. There was a total of 5.5 million that was transferred from Fund 17 to the general fund in 0809, 1617, and 1718. It was to address deficits in those years. So the district transferred money from Fund 17. The options that we have discussed to consider is we either transfer the total from our general fund back to Fund 17, 100%. Or number two, we can transfer a portion of the 5.5 million back to Fund 17 and then declare the rest as a permanent transfer to the general fund. Or we can declare the total 5.5 as a permanent transfer to general fund and not transfer it back to Fund 17. And for the benefit of Mr. Hill and Mr. Grindell, this issue was also addressed in a couple of FCMAT reports. And with every review letter we get from the County Office of Education, they also mention that this is an outstanding issue that we need to address. And FCMAT did suggest that we do one of these three in order to resolve it. And at this time, and it's open for discussion, we believe staff, it's in the best interest of the district and recommend that the board declare the transfers from Fund 17 as permanent transfers to the general fund. Budget balancing solutions. So at this time, because of the proposed 3.84%, when we update our multi-year projection, and because it does include the 2.31% catch-up COLA for 2021, that will eliminate the 742,000 projected deficit in 21-22. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but use this. Nope, it's not ketchup, it's catch up. Okay. But keep in mind, the governor's proposal does change. There's still the May revise, and then the legislature will debate, and inevitably it always changes. So that's the caution that we always try to message, the board, that although this does look very promising, just keep that in mind, that it could change, just like last year when we had thought we were getting cost of living adjustment, and then the pandemic hit, and all of a sudden we were getting zero COLA. So the final state budget will be approved in June, but we do have to use these assumptions from the governor's proposal in our second interim. And based on preliminary projections right now, it looks like we will be having a surplus in 21-22, which is an opportunity for us to reach our goal and increase our reserves to 17%. The 3.2 million that we have projected for 2022-23, based on the first interim projections, will be updated at second interim. And again, just based on preliminary projections, the 3.2 million will probably be reduced. It won't completely eliminate our deficit, but it won't be as high as 3.2 million. There's still a lot of uncertainty around the next couple of years, and we should always be prepared with higher reserves. The funded COLA is still not known at this time. And the governor also is warning us that the state budget is looking at deficits starting in 22-23, and it will probably grow to more than 11 billion for the state by 24-25. So looking ahead, we're working on our second interim report, which ends this month. We'll present that report in March and update all of our projections. This covers the period, again, from July through January. The assumptions in the multi-year will include the governor's budget proposal. We have started our 21-22 budget development cycle, which includes enrollment and staffing projections, site budget allocations. We'll start our LCAP meetings, and then the budget will be adopted in June of 2021. We will come with a plan to the board to increase reserves to 17% after the second interim report. And also, we will need some board action to resolve our Fund 17 transfers to a general fund in a form of a resolution. So at this time, we'd like to open it up to any questions, comments, discussion, especially the issues surrounding the transfers and the loan from Fund 17 to general fund.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I guess I'll first open up for questions. I see a couple of hands raising. Member Hill?
Yeah, so thank you, Ms. De La Cruz. Just a couple of questions, again, for my edification since I'm new. But when in that, I don't remember which slide it was, but so you were talking about the deficit. So projected deficit, 2021, 742K, and then 2022, 3.2 million. Is that the slide? No. No, let's keep going back. The question, yeah, there we go. There we go. Sorry. So are these projections assuming that we've already gotten the savings from the school mergers, or is that pre-merger calculation?
No, it does include the merger. So it includes $500,000 savings in 21-22 and $1 million savings in 22-23.
Okay.
Because the first out year assumes we are merging the two schools, and then the second out year assumes that we will be closing the second school.
Okay, so if we hadn't closed the school, then that first deficit would be like 1.2 million, and the other one would be 500,000 or $1 million ahead, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, so
Okay,
it would have been 1.2 million next year and then 4.2 the following year.
okay. And then it sounds like in that fourth bullet point that you're saying that the Alameda County, Office of Education is asking, since we've now said we're going to get these savings, that they want to have a more detailed understanding of those savings. Is that what you're saying there?
Yes, that is correct, because right now it's just one lump sum in our multi-year projection in a category that's just called other. And it's not been itemized or identified in detail as to what those savings represent.
Okay, okay. And then let me just knock out my question so I can give everybody else a chance, and I'll be efficient. Because just so I understand, like COLA. So essentially what you said is in your current budget projections that we weren't projecting a COLA, correct?
Correct, because that's
Okay.
what the assumptions were at the time. So with every interim report, we get our advice from the county on what the assumptions for COLA would be.
Okay, so we didn't have that built in. And then in subsequent slides, what you said is that there's a chance that the governor may pass along some COLA money up to the point of, I can't remember what it was, like 3.8% or something like that.
Yes.
What was it? 3.8.
3.8. Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to follow your lead, Ms. De La Cruz, in terms of like remembering numbers and being an expert, but I pale in comparison. So I'm just teasing. But so, but my question is, so if we don't pass along a COLA, does that mean that the state won't grant us that money, or do we get that money regardless of whether we pass the COLA along to our employees?
So this is not about passing the cost of living adjustment to our employees.
Okay,
This is about the cost of living adjustment that's applied to our revenue projections.
okay, so it applies to everything.
The revenue projections. So
Okay,
when we project our revenues that come from the state, we add the cost of living adjustment to our existing allocation.
okay. So what you're saying is we didn't think the state was going to pass something along. We're now getting signals that they might.
Yes,
But I think what you're also saying is that it's still iffy. We got to go through a couple of cycles, and then longer term, it may get pulled back because of the deficit that the state's going to be hitting, the 11 billion or whatever it is.
correct. Yes.
Okay.
So at this point, this is what the governor is proposing based on the advice that he receives from the Department of Finance and the Legislative Analyst's Office. But
Okay.
in May and also in June, by the time the budget is enacted, it may not look the same. It's just
Okay.
going to depend on several different factors. But at this time, for what we know today, because the budget is very volatile, it's a moving target, we would use this assumption that we will get a cost of living adjustment on our revenues, mainly our LCFF, the local control funding formula, is what it impacts.
Okay. And then final question about like Fund 17, and I'm still kind of learning how all that stuff works. But so there was money that was transferred out of an emergency fund, right? That's Fund 17. And it got put in to cover deficits in certain years. And then was that money that was transferred actually spent?
Yes.
Okay.
So, for example, in 17-18, they had we had a $3 million deficit, the district.
Okay.
And the $3 million was transferred from Fund 17 to help balance the budget with those expenditures. So yes, the money was spent.
Okay. So what the question, it sounds like you're presenting to the board, and again, I apologize, I'm new to this, but it sounds like you're saying that that what we're voting on is to say, are we going to sort of classify this as something that we need to repay, or is it something that we just say, okay, we put it in the general fund, and now we're basically going to say it's done and that's it, and we're not going to repay it.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, and I guess that's first two questions. And any other member Martinez, you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, President Zhang. I guess more of a, I don't know if it's a question, but no, it is a question. Part of the Alameda County letter, references as well that they are looking for other line items, right, to address the potential deficit, Ms. Dela Cruz. And obviously with the assumption that we are going to now get a COLA, that definitely changes the numbers or the size of the bucket. But one of the things that they call out specifically, so that we need to be cautious, is our enrollment projections, right? So
Right.
the picture becomes a lot better for us, where we're not going to have to go cut a significant, in addition to the consolidations and all that good stuff, that we still need to go back and revisit those numbers, because I think those we've consistently missed the mark on those, right? So
Right.
I did just want to call that out, that and that is something we would expect to see, and then by second interim is when you would bring those revised numbers to us.
Yes, Ms. Martinez. In fact, I'm already working with our demographers to get those updated. We have seen a decline in enrollment over the last 10, 15 years. And unless we see a change in a different direction, I think right now we have to assume that we're going to continue that decline. And if you remember, our first interim assumptions was flat. And, really at second interim, it's not going to look like that. We're probably going to assume that we will continue to see at least, 1 to 2% decline every year. So yes, those will be updated. And also, they did mention the hold harmless. Remember, our ADA is held harmless this year, and also next year, because of the way that the formula works. But it's the following year, the second out year, that will really, really hit us.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if others have questions. With regards to your question, because right now, today, you're just looking for some initial direction on the Fund 17. So if we're all kind of sharing our perspective on that, I think, to Member Hill's point, the money's already been spent. It's a good chunk of money. We don't have, unless we're going to cause a more significant crisis to our current budget, we really can't afford to pay it back. I would be, in agreement to support the recommendation of staff to basically assume it's a permanent transfer. However, this was just completely undisciplined. This is why these last couple of years have been so hard. We've had to slice so deep because we didn't do it at the time that, the condition kind of warranted it. So that would be my ask, and not sure where you all land, rest of board, is that, if we make this transfer permanent, that along with it comes a process, so that, it has to be a more of a deliberate decision by the board that this is going to either be a loan or a give. That would be my ask before I would be able to vote yes, a yes. Thank you.
Yeah, and that was one of the problems, is that clarity. I think the intent of the board policy was that if you're going to transfer or borrow from Fund 17, that there's an expectation that you pay it back. But in looking at our records, it wasn't clear whether it was actually a temporary borrowing or not. And so part of our resolution will include that, to say it needs to be really clear, if you're transferring out of Fund 17, that it's a temporary borrowing because this is where we need to increase our reserves. So the plan will be to incorporate that as well in order to increase our reserves to 17%.
Okay, Member Grindal?
Oh,
Yes, Ms. De La Cruz, just this is probably a simple question, but do you see anything in the County Office of Education's letter that is going to be a problem to respond to?
No, actually, the letter was, I think, pretty accurate in you know what their ask is, and we should not be able. I mean, we should be able to meet all of their requirements. I don't see any problems with any of the items that they addressed or brought up.
Thank you. And I would say, and you know, I'd like to learn more, but I would say I am inclined to try to repay the Fund 17 and get back to reserves that we want. I understand that might be difficult, but I am inclined to see us boost our reserves and pay that money back. But I want to know what the implications of that are. But that's where my inclination is right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can develop a plan to increase our reserves. So in a way, it's paying it back. But at this time, we really don't have the funds to pay it back. And unless we do, then this issue is going to continue to be looming over our heads for several years. So, you know, what we're thinking is that we develop a plan to increase our reserves, but let's resolve this issue and just get it done so that it's resolved, with the caveat and a plan to show how we're going to bring it back up. You know, if there's any surplus, for example, next year, it looks like we will probably end the year with a surplus. Let's put some of that in reserves. And anytime we have a projected surplus in our budget, let's start putting that in Fund 17 so that we can at least build that, let's say, to 14%. You know, we build 17 to 14, and then our general fund will always have that minimum 3%. I mean, that would be my ideal picture. That way you have your 14% in 17 and don't touch it. But then you have your 3% minimum in the general fund.
That certainly makes sense to me. What would that mechanism be? A board policy or a general direction where we would essentially automatically transfer surpluses back to the to increase, to not use the word repay, but to increase our reserves. And that would be a board policy. How would that mechanism go forward?
We could provide a resolution, in the form of a resolution, just like we would to address the transfer. It would come as a form of a resolution that the board would adopt.
Great, thank you. I appreciate your answers.
Mm-hmm.
Member Wing, do you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to comment on the Fund 17 and the reserves. I too am I can't talk tonight, I'm sorry. I'm in agreement with Member Martinez and Ms. De La Cruz in terms of the recommendation that's being put forward to make Fund 17 the $5.5 million as a permanent transfer to the general fund, and built in the resolution that when we do have surpluses, maybe not an automatic transfer of the full amount of the surplus, but we do have to take a look at what other pending budget items that we may need, but definitely come up with a certain percentage that we do transfer and build the reserves. I too feel that it is really very important that we do increase our reserve levels as much as we can. Thank you.
Okay, I actually also want to comment on the Fund 17 issue because I do believe there's maybe some misunderstanding and some more information for our new members. So when we talk about that, when Member Martinez mentioned the transfer, the funds, whatever is undisciplined, actually the real sin was actually committed when the board voted 3-2 to transfer $4 million from Fund 40, which was the Russian fund resulted from a land sale, to the Fund 17. The reason that was controversial is because in a normal time, you are prohibited for doing that. You cannot transfer the sale of a real estate into your general fund. But right after the financial crisis, the then Governor Brown gave the district a loophole, a one-time loophole to solve the financial stress for so many local districts. And then we took advantage of that loophole. We transferred $4 million of sales of Russian fund, which is Fund 40, into Fund 17. And that was voted by a 3-2 vote on the board. And the reason that was divided is you probably can tell because that was not something that you should do under normal times. So that was controversial. Once you transfer that $4 million from Russian fund, Fund 40 to Fund 17, everything else, the Fund 17 is actually part of your economic reserve. Everything you transfer from Fund 17 to the general fund is not considered controversial anymore because that's just 2 buckets of reserve money that you can just play around. The real sin was committed when they transferred $4 million from Fund 40 to Fund 17, and that is something that's considered irreversible. That's why I give a lot more leeway when saying we don't pay back the fund to Fund 17, because if I'm not wrong, Mrs. Dela Cruz, both Fund 17 and the general fund balance add together will be considered our economic reserve, right?
Right.
Yeah. So that's why I think the transfer, whether the permanent transfer from Fund 17 to general fund, from my opinion, is a lot less controversial after the crime was already committed by transferring $4 million from Russian fund, whatever you want to call that. But the historic record is the crime was committed way before we did we transferred the fund back and forth. So this time I'm a lot more open to the idea about, hey, let's just do it permanently because we don't really want to have this as a county level FIGMA. So that is my comment. And with that, I think we can, given we don't have any questions, we can open up for more board comments and discussions. And Member Martinez.
I was actually just going to comment, President Zhang, on so agree that perhaps one sin was worse than the other, but both are sins because yes, you could, at the end of the day, it's money at our disposal, but it's the lack of discipline, and part of that is, again, just there was a board policy out there. So if clearly there's enough lack of clarity there, right, that got us to a position where we were 10 years later and there's still questions about whether this needed to get paid or not. Let's not get ourselves back there. And I think the reserve is for economic uncertainty or things that pop up. So we will always, let's make sure we do have that and not use it to avoid some difficult decisions. That was my kind of, I think, my only point of differentiation. But I completely agree with you, that we just need to be more disciplined as we move forward.
I see Member Hill.
Yes, so thank you to all of my fellow board members for helping me with my education. But one additional question, just so I understand. I think that Ms. De La Cruz was talking about, so we are thinking about or contemplating a resolution where we would establish a target of 14% in our reserves, and then I think you were saying the 3% in our general fund. Is that correct? Was that did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's one of the suggestions. So, 17% reserve total between the general fund and Fund 17 is our target. Where they actually sit.
And do we know, I mean, so is it just kind of a rule of thumb for you guys that you always keep basically kind of a 3% sort of balance in the general fund, and so that's how we're getting to the ultimate 17%. Is that just sort of the rule of thumb?
The 3% is a state standard. So
Okay,
we're
so we have
required to have at least 3% reserve at the
Okay.
very, very, very least.
Okay,
But the target of 17% is a nationwide recommendation because we want to at least cover 3 to 4 months of expenditures, including payroll and payables and things of that nature. So the difference with, keeping it in Fund 17, it's set aside in a different place. So it's kind of like, you have a separate savings account, and then you have your checking account, which is your general fund.
Mhm.
So having it in the savings account, you're more inclined to think about it before you transfer it out.
Sure.
So that's why we're suggesting, let's boost that Fund 17. And, the general operating budget is in our general fund. Keep at least 3 or maybe 5%, depending, but these are just suggestions because the budget does fluctuate. It's like a roller coaster depending on the assumptions, and make that our goal, whether it's, 14% in Fund 17 and 3 in the general fund, or maybe, a board reserve of 5% in the general fund and then 12 in Fund 17. So.
Okay, understand.
Mhm,
Thank you.
mhm.
Member Wynn, I saw you raise hand before.
No, I just wanted to, again, I do have the same sentiments in terms of us really being responsible fiscally as a board and as a district. And it was hard having to go through the school consolidation and making that decision. And I wouldn't want that for us to see that again moving forward in a long, long time, if that ever comes up again, and hopefully not. But and we just have to be mindful of the decisions we make in terms of what we need to approve budgetarily for the district. So that's it.
Yeah, and I just want to use this year and last year as good examples of how volatile the budget and the assumptions are. We went from 0 COLA to 3%. We're going from a $3.9 million deficit to possibly having a surplus. So we
And
have to
then-
be prepared for all of those fluctuations.
Exactly. And just a reminder too, a lot of times, the city and the school districts aren't going to be seeing that impact of the budgetary impacts, 2 or 3 years after any economic, our recovery, our downtime is going to be 2 or 3 years out before we see any harmful impacts to our budget based on the economy. And yes, last year and this year we haven't been impacted yet, but 2 years out, just like the governor's office says, that we'll see that because they're going to see it.
Mhm. Right. And I still remember back in 08, 09 when we had mid-year cuts. Nobody expected that. And everybody was scrambling to trying to balance their budget mid-year.
Okay, Member Grindal, you have any comments, discussions? I think you are on mute.
Yeah, I just to reiterate, I do want to see the plan to repay, to get the reserves up to the right level. It is important to have a savings account so you know what that money is for, and it doesn't burn a hole in your pocket, so to speak. And I would like to see sort of firm direction about surpluses going into that amount. The board can always change that, but they should consciously make those changes. We should have with that plan that you're gonna help us develop. We should lock that in my opinion.
Okay, so I want to again commend the superintendent and your team for working so hard to improve that UPP count from below 55% to 57, I got 59% for because to follow up on Member Hill's question when it comes to COLA, so just like Mrs. De La Cruz explained, the COLA actually apply to our revenue, specifically apply to LCFF, the base grant of LCFF. But the concentration grant and the supplemental grant are computed as a percentage of base grant. So an increase on the base grant also increase the money we got from the concentration grant and supplemental grants. And more important, the reason the improving the UPP to above 55% is such a game changer is because the concentration grant is only paid on the threshold above 55%. So if you are 54%, you don't get any concentration grant. So since we move ourselves above the 55% threshold, we got a concentration grant. And not only that, the concentration grant is, I believe, is 50% of the base grant. So that's quite a big chunk of money. And by increasing your UPP count, you also increase the number, the money, the amount of money you get from the supplemental grant, because supplemental grant is a percentage of your UPP count. So that's why I was just very, very happy and delighted to see the hard work of the superintendent and your team for really moving up the target to above 55%. And obviously this COLA is another great news. So I am quite happy, and this is definitely so far positive news when it comes to 2021 to 2022 year budget. And I've been paying attention to some other surrounding districts, their board meeting. They're also discussing similar issues at this time. They're in much dire situation than we are. Just I believe it's our fiscal prudence in the past 2 years, willingness to make the difficult decision in the past 2 years, and obviously plus the concerted effort of superintendent and your team to move up this percentage, that we're in a much better shape than 2 years ago, and certainly better shape than many of our surrounding districts. Okay. Any other comments? I'll yield back to you, Superintendent.
Okay, thank you, President Jun, and thank you, board, for the discussion and for the guidance. So our next steps, based on what I feel like we heard from you this evening, is to bring forth a resolution that recommends the transfers from Fund 17 as permanent to the general fund. So we'll bring that forward, and of course then it'll be open for you to debate further and ultimately vote on. And then our other next step will be to, after the second interim, we will come forward with a plan for how over the course of many years, how we hope to increase the reserves to 17%, including what Member Grindal said about having like clear formulas, so to speak, for when we move a surplus funds into the reserve.
Okay. I guess that's it for our study session.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next item will be moving to closed session. Ms. Gutierrez, any public comment on our closed session item?
Nope, no public comment on the closed session.
Okay, and before we move into closed session, I want to enumerate what we want to discuss in the closed session. We'll be discussing Item 4.2, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Item 4.3, Conference with Legal Negotiator, Employee Organization, NTA and CSEA. Item 4.4, Conference with Labor Negotiator, NUMA, Unrepresented Supervisor, and Contracting Management. Item 4.5, Conference with Legal Counsel regarding existing litigation. Item 4.6, Conference with Legal Counsel regarding anticipated litigation, and we're expected to come back to open session at 7 o'clock. We still got 5 minutes. I guess everybody can take a bio break, and I will see every board member at 6 o'clock. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, student member Salemi. How are you?
Good evening. How are you?
Good.
I'm
Would
doing
you
good.
be willing to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today?
Por favor, ¿nos
Sure.
puedes guiar en el himno a la bandera?
Okay, let's see if everybody is here. Yeah.
Vamos a ver si todos están
President
aquí.
John, yes, if you could just wait a couple minutes to make sure that we have quorum.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, we're still waiting for 3 more board members. We're still waiting on member Martinez and the member Nguyen. Member Nguyen is here. Okay, I believe we have all the members here.
Ya están todos los miembros aquí.
So we are back to open session. First, Pledge of
Con la
Allegiance.
sesión abierta.
President John, sorry, 1 second. If you just give us just a minute to take care of some
I see.
technical things, please.
Okay. Yeah, it says live on YouTube.
No, we are definitely live. We're just trying to make sure that the interpreter is in the interpretation room.
Okay. Yeah, yes.
1 second. Okay. We are, you may begin. Thank you.
Okay, we're back to open session. Next will be the item of Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Gutierrez, please turn on the banner, and our student member Salami has graciously agreed to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody please stand up.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Next, we'll be reporting out of the closed session. So in closed session on item 4.5, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, the board voted unanimously to approve a settlement amount of $14,000 on a case number 2020100956. Let me repeat, the board voted unanimously to approve a settlement in the amount of $14,000 for the case number 2020100956. Other than that, no other reportable action has been taken. Moving on to employee organizations, Superintendent, Ms. Gutierrez, do we have any speaker for the employee organizations?
Yes, we do. We have NTA. We have Sean Navarrete. Mr. Rose, if you could please move him forward.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank everyone. Happy New Year's. First time NTA has been talking this year. Hold on. Yeah, cool. I'm not muted. So today, with NTA's update, we like to talk about the right to consult. First thing we want to talk about a STAR committee that was created at the beginning of the school year. NTA leadership was on this committee. And the NTA could have filed a cease and desist or a level 2 grievance, but NTA wants to work with the district, and it seems that the district doesn't want to work with NTA leadership. The other thing of right to consult would be the SEL curriculum. This committee was formed without NTA leadership at the junior high by the principal, Risha. The SEL curriculum was to start when we got back from winter break, but it didn't. Ed services and NTA weren't informed about this change that the principal at the junior high did, which was Risha. This program is now going to be starting in February because of the principal at the high school, which is Risha. Another committee that NTA was not right to consult with would be the Equal Opportunity Committee. This committee was formed without notifying NTA president by the principal, Olivia, at the high school. What does this committee do? NTA would like to know. The other thing NTA like to bring up is curriculum council. Curriculum council has now been broken up into two areas, one dealing with the elementary curriculum council at the elementary sites and the secondary curriculum council. At the elementary, on Wednesday, they voted for the second step, which is the SEL curriculum, was voted down due to the fact that district would not provide the support that our members were asking, which was to fund a 1.0 FTE SEL coach to every elementary school site. On Thursday of last week, we had a secondary curriculum council, which the board will be voting on. 11 courses were brought to the curriculum council last Thursday. No signatures on these courses, which is required. The council had no time to look over these courses. One of those courses is a freshman seminar. This needed to be written as a year course, which was submitted to the council as a semester. So it had to come back on a Friday, which was presented to by the admin team at the high school, which was Olivia and Lisa. Offering no academic contact, and it is so the other thing is this course is being offered as a PE course. This course is not approved by was not approved by the credential audit 9 years ago, and now we're trying to bring it back again. So that needs to be brought up and understand why that is and why wasn't that informed. If the board approves it, then the accreditation audit will probably come back and tell the board that they can't run that like they did 9 years ago. Moving on. We're going to talk about the PD March 1st. Curriculum Council has not voted on Character Strong. Character Strong hasn't been brought, hasn't been board approved either. The district is rolling out Character Strong curriculum over all secondary sites, and TA leadership was not brought in on this process at all. The reopening plan that was submitted to the county, NTA was not in on this. We were always given the second, not the most updated version. This is just an example of no good faith bargaining. Reopening plan and hybrid MOUs should mirror each other. NTA will just now focus our energy on the MOU. Another thing that has come up to my thing is Let's Talk, which was purchased for $35,000. Why was this purchased? Why wasn't all district employees notified about this program or company? We only noticed this when we saw it in an email, and as members most of us deleted it because we had no idea where this was and we didn't know if it was spam or not. Another thing is we like to bring up is PBIS. Why does PBS create a task force to look at SEL curriculum without notifying NTA? Again, right to consult. Has PBS reduced the number of D's or F in secondary across the district? What has PBS done? PBS has done was create a discipline plan at the high school that violated ed codes, adds more work to the classroom teachers, and tries to implement SEL curriculum without including the curriculum council. The other thing we would like to know is why PBS can't give a list to each teacher at the beginning of the school year of high-risk students in our classrooms, which will help us to make sure that these kids are successful, but that is not done. All right. The other thing was that PBS was being turned into an adjunct duty because at the high school, people weren't joining this committee, which makes you wonder why we are still using this for that reason. Also, NTA is still waiting to receive the SCAPE report for the LCAP and all site SIPs of funds. NTA asked for these in November. Finally, NTA is definitely has a great working relationship with the current HR department, hoping to have this happen with all departments in the district office. NTA is looking forward to doing great things with in the future to make sure that to make Newark Unified a place where parents would like to send their children. We'd like to say welcome all new board members and wish you and everyone a good weekend and be safe and be healthy. And that's all NTA has to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remark, Mr. Bruce. Ms.
You're
Gutierrez, next speaker.
Yes, we do have a speaker from NUMA, Miss Catherine Ingham Waters.
Welcome.
Hello, good evening, President Jun, Board Trustees, Dr. Triplett, Executive Cabinet, and the Newark community. One of NUMA's goals for 2021 is to inform the board and community about some of our amazing members. Tonight, we are excited to highlight two members, Paul Rose and Maggie Tung. Although Paul Rose has only been the network manager of IT for 6 months here in Newark, he enjoys working with staff to develop and improve teaching and learning through the use of technology. His main responsibilities include managing the IT department, evaluating technology solutions, and monitoring and coordinating network administration and maintenance. Budget and Position Manager Maggie Tung says, "We are not a team because we work together. We are a team because we respect, trust, and care for each other." That quote describes how Maggie feels about working in Newark Unified over the past year. Maggie's role in the business office includes processing and verifying employee monthly payroll and year-end W-2s, managing and maintaining employee information, including assignment, tax info, retirement plans, insurance benefits, and through the use of the escape system, providing reports as necessary for decision-making by administrators, the CBO, and the board. We are thankful for the hard work of these two and all of our NUMA members. Thank you.
Thank you for your remark, Ms. Ingram Waters. Mr. Gears, I believe that's it for employee organization, right?
That is correct.
Okay, moving on to the next item, School Spotlight, Music Elementary, Dr. Triplett.
Thank you, President Jun. And again, good evening to all the board members, staff, and community. As you know, every month we have a school spotlight, an opportunity for a school and a school principal to come and share the wonderful things that are happening at all of our schools throughout the district. This month, we are really delighted to have one of our outstanding principals, Miss Amanda Gallagher, who has been recognized not just by NUMA, but also by us in this space for her incredible leadership. And so she's going to talk to us about the wonderful things happening at music. Oh, Ms. Gallagher, you're on mute.
Of course, I'm starting off strong with my tech skills there. All right, I'm going to try to share my screen. We'll get started. Let's see.
Oh, just one reminder: if there's any voice, make sure you share the voice. Other than we're gonna repeat the same thing again 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I learned last week. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we will have that this week. All right, let's see. All right, can everybody see okay?
Good.
All right. Great. So I want to thank President Zhang and members of the board, Dr. Triplett, and members of the Executive Cabinet for allowing me the opportunity to highlight music elementary and preschool, where every student is respected, valued, and achieves. And this year, we knew going into the year it was going to be a different type of year. we knew there was going to be some challenges. So not only are we facing or were we facing distance learning and the pandemic challenge, but we also knew that our school was going to potentially be consolidated or closed. So in this presentation tonight, I'm going to address what we're doing this year to address those challenges. All right, our mission here at Music is and will continue to be to ensure all music students, regardless of race, gender, language, economic status, or special needs, work towards mastery of the Common Core state standards in a caring and enriched learning community characterized by high expectations, creativity, and a rigorous academic environment. So let's look a little bit more at our population. Currently, as you all know, we're a small school. We have 321 students here. We have 290 students TK through 6, and we have 31 preschool students at the time. And we know, just based on the past, that that number is going to increase as students turn 3, and we accept them into our program. So our enrollment's going to grow a little bit as the year goes on. Now, if we continue to look at the composition of our school, we're pretty unique here at Music. 33% of our student population consist of students with special needs. They have IEPs to help them in their educational journey. 38% of our students are emerging English speakers, or ELLs. They're on that journey to learn English. 43.4% of our students fall within the category of being socioeconomically disadvantaged. Now, this is a little bit misleading. Previously, we were at 60%. And so you would think with this number on paper, we'd see a decrease in needs. But actually this year, we're seeing quite an increase in needs. So this percentage we see on paper isn't the level of need we're seeing in our community right now. But that's okay because we're helping the students we have and the need we see, no matter what the percentage on paper is. So let's look at some of our data. So our most recent data on the dashboard is from 2019. You can see we had an increase in both English language arts and mathematics. We had moved from orange to yellow. We had significant increases in our behavioral and social emotional aspect of our students, and we raised both our chronic absenteeism and our suspensions rate from the red tier all the way up to the green tier. We know how important it is to address the whole child, so really focusing on behaviors and social emotional needs. We can see that it's impacting their academic instruction as well and growth. So we're going to continue that work, and we're hoping to see that same growth, and hopefully we're moving farther along in those tiers. Okay, but now to the time of distance learning. What are we doing? All right, so what many of you may not know is here at Music PBIS, we embrace that. And the expectations we have for our students is for them to be responsible, to be inclusive, to be safe, and to be engaged. We expect them to rise. And so this year our theme was Rise and Shine. And here we have a student who did a flip grid on what it means to rise and shine. So this is a big test. Does the sound work? All right.
I think what it means to rise and shine is to be a better you every day. Every morning when you wake up, work to better yourself so that you're better than who you were yesterday.
I think she did a fabulous job of telling us what it means to rise and shine. And as a group, we are rising and shining by focusing on these 5 priorities. So the first aligns with our district priority of rigor. Of course, we are implementing Big Ideas Math, units of study, social studies weekly, FOSS, those are our district adopted curriculums. We've also embraced Google Classrooms, iReady and Imagine Learning, and we've moved farther in our small group instruction. That's been definitely a silver lining to distance learning, these small groups we're doing. We have targeted ELD instruction happening, breakout rooms within the classroom, as well as targeted academic intervention and enrichment for our students, right? So what are we basing this rigorous instruction on? We're assessing for learning. We're doing that through our iReady and Imagine Learning. Our teachers have embraced Nearpod, Flipgrid, Google Forms. Dojo has a student portfolio component that we are using as well, Seesaw, And a bullet that didn't make it on this picture or this image was boom cards. That is something that we found in our preschool program, and it has been truly transformative in the way that we're able to collect data on our students in our preschool classes, especially during this time of distance learning. Another priority that aligns with our district priorities would be the social emotional learning and mental health wellness of our students. Now we're addressing this through class meetings, through growth mindset activities. We have a pretty robust cost program here at Music. We have also really beefed up what we're doing for our counseling. We have Ms. King returning to us as an EVAC counselor, but this year we also had Ms. Nefertari Royston join us. She's a school psychologist, and she brings school counseling to our team as well. And so she's doing small groups based on the different needs of our students. So we're reaching even more of our community that needs that extra support. Additionally, here at Music, we conduct home visits because we know that it's not only the students that need support, but our families as well. So these home visits allow us to check in and support our families in anything they need so that we can have a well-rounded support for our whole community, which we know is going to impact their academic success. Now, unique to Music, we have community as a priority. This is probably our biggest strength here at Music. So how do we support community during this time of distance learning when we can't be together physically? We rely heavily on communication. Class Dojo is huge for us. All but 6 of our students are have signed up for Class Dojo. So whenever we post online, we're reaching all but 6 of our students' families. So we're reaching out to them separately. Now, we have our class stories, our school stories, but the most impactful component to this would be the text messaging component. Now, on an average, our school averages 1,500 messages a week. That is 1,500 connections between home and school that are happening. So we're building that in community. We're keeping that community close through that communication. Social media, we're using social media, admittedly, not our most powerful form of communication. We're up to 53 Instagram followers. I know we're influencers here at Music, but that's okay. We're going to keep on working on it. Every avenue counts. Additionally, our PTA has taken the opportunity to try to bring those in-person events to us. Now, we usually have a fall festival, an indoor event that has a huge turnout. Obviously, we couldn't do that this year, but we know how important those events are. So this year, our PTA arranged for a drive-through haunted house. So we had family groups signed up to decorate part of our upper parking lot and stand and kind of do a haunted house thing. We had our teachers there as well. Parents would drive through. They got to have the experience of seeing each other, seeing the teachers that participated, and got a little goodie bag at the end. Not the same, but it was still that in-person connection that we know we need as a community. Now, school pictures, something we've always taken for granted in the past. It's such a rite of passage and tradition. And so it was really important for us to do that this year. And we made sure that was an outside drive-through event as well. So we still were able to bring that sense of community to us. We'll still have our class photos this year. Pretty exciting. And then the not so exciting, but equally powerful materials distribution. Our teachers know how important the connections are. So when they have the time and it's safe to do so, they're out there distributing the materials to their students. That 1-second wave from the curb as they grab their bag or the passing of something to the window, that's continuing to make our community strong and united. Last but not least, empowerment. So we knew this year was going to be tough for us. We knew we were going to be facing school consolidation and closure. And so making sure that our parents felt empowered to be part of the conversations and to be informed was very important to us. So how do we do that? We did it through School Site Council. We did it through our English Language Advisory Committee, our PTA, and school community meetings. And this year, I can say I'm so proud of our families for coming out, for being engaged in the process, for lifting their voices up, not only in the committee meeting where they looked at data, we had our parent representatives there, but also they were coming to the board meetings, our teachers, our parents, our students, they were speaking their minds, they were letting their feelings known, and they did so in a positive way, lifting music up without putting others down. And I'm so proud of them for really taking on the ownership of that process of being engaged. Now, although it's heartbreaking, we were definitely we were chosen to be one of the schools that was consolidated or closed. So that brings me to our next slide and how we're addressing that. Oops.
I think what
Oops, so close. All right, so we are more than a school, we are a family, right? So that's how we're going to address our steps moving forward. We are a family that consists of an amazing, caring, dedicated group of educators, paraprofessionals, classified staff, of now empowered and engaged parents. They've always been there. They've always been their students' #1 cheerleader, but this year they're also sitting right next to them at the computer and they're helping them along in the classrooms. And last but certainly not least is our just outstanding group of music leopards. Our students have so much potential and truly embody rising and shining every day. And another student, their rise and shine, I thought really defined us as a school. So I wanted to share that with you this evening.
Hello, boys and girls and non-binary pals. Good, nice, good to see you. Good to see you. Today I'm going to be talking about the rise and shine for music leopards. There is a whole like rise thingy that goes with that, but along with that, you always have to be the best person you can. Be you and be nice and inclusive, and don't be afraid to do anything. Show, along with like being kind and respectful and showing your appreciation to people and stuff. Also, rising and shining is showing things that you love. And for this, we love music. We appreciate it a lot. And showing our appreciation, we can call it rising and shining, because we're showing what we love. We're showing what we're a part of. And it's beautiful. Sorry, this is kind of cheesy, but I mean, it's from the heart. And I guess that's all that matters. Yeah, that's what I think rise and shine means.
So that student totally defined what it means to be part of our music family. It's all about the heart here. Yes, we focus on the academics and all the other parts of schooling, but it is about the heart. And that heart is what's really going to be guiding us through this next year. And so with that, we've thought ahead, and there is so much good at music. So much good at music at all of our elementary schools, obviously, but I have music's a little bit special to me. So what we need to do is we need to start the celebrating. So I'd like to introduce next year's theme to you a little bit early. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, nope, I did it again. Oh, there we go. All right, next year's theme is Everybody Rise. We are going to give music and our students and our family the standing ovation that they deserve. So 2021, 2002 is a year of celebration. So I'm inviting you now to rise with us. So everyone rise. We're going to start the party a little early. We're going to start it this year. So I'm inviting you to join us in April for a volunteer event. I'm inviting you to join us in May for teacher appreciation. I'm inviting you to join us in June to celebrate the most important part of our family, our students, at 6th grade promotions and our other student celebrations. Okay. So as I conclude our presentation tonight, I'd like to share this quote from an unknown source. Rise up, feel your power, become the warrior, know your worth, be fierce, dance the dance, break down barriers, know your boundaries, shine your light. Thank you, and don't forget to rise and shine.
Thank you, Mrs. Gallagher, for your wonderful presentation. And I will open up for comments and discussion from the rest of the board. Any comments and discussion? Any comments from the board member? Member Nguyen?
Hi, Ms. Collier. I just wanted to say that when we were going through and reading all of the letters from the music community, I noticed that the one theme that rang through is true, that you say that your community is family and very respectful of the letters that we received were very respectful. And I just wanted to say that it was very difficult making that decision, knowing what a wonderful community music is and all the things that you guys are doing there with your students and the way the students represent themselves. It's a testament to all the teachers and especially your leadership. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Other board members? Member Martinez?
Yes, Ms. Collier, first of all, thank you. It's a very inspirational presentation, and as you know, allow us to get to know your school, your family. So much appreciated. I actually wanted to appreciate you specifically because, you know, it has been a very tough year for all the reasons that everyone we've all experienced, but because, you know, you had this other, you know, you knew that we were going to go through this process and the potential impact to music, and you know, you were just there as just being a supportive force to your folks. Again, not only your staff and your kids, but the families. So thank you so much for everything that you are doing and have done, are doing, and continue to do. So thank you for being here this evening and sharing.
Thank you. And quite honestly, I love to take that praise upon myself, but I have to let you know that my teachers, our students, and our family lifted me up along the way too. Because as much as I'm holding it together now, it really was heartbreaking to go through this process. And I gave myself until winter break to pout. And then I said that, you know, we were going to move on in a positive manner. But it really was a team. So as much as I'd like to take that praise for myself, I can. It's for the family.
Thank you.
Member Grindal, you are mute.
I just want to say thank you for the wonderful presentation and for sharing the love of your family with us. So I thought I was inspired by your presentation. I'm inspired by what your whole team is doing. So thank you.
Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, you're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you. You know, I want to talk about some anecdotal experience that I had with Music Elementary. So I've been to several music events before the pandemic. I mean, you look at the Music Elementary, particularly the community, just like the presentation said, you really see the uniqueness about that organization, the dynamism and the energy that the parents shown up, whether it's a side council or the PTA organization. So you go to their PTA, you realize compared to all the other PTA, that's probably the most diverse PTA that you're going to have in all across our district. Not only that, this is music PTA is probably the only PTA that you see the equal number of moms and dads showing up, while in the other PTA it's just overwhelmingly moms. So that was the part that's truly unique about music. And obviously you're a very close-knit family, and I appreciate your team's hard work. And I do expect that whenever your team go to after the consolidation process, you will continue to be a valuable, very, very valuable asset to the new school. Oh, thank you for you and your team's hard work. And I believe that's it. So thank you for the wonderful report, and we'll be moving on to the next item, item 9.1, public comment on non-agenda items. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have speakers for this item?
No speakers for this item.
Okay. Moving on to item 10.1, superintendent report. I'll yield the floor to Dr. Triplett.
Thank you, President Jun. And I too want to echo the sentiments to Ms. Gallagher. I know Ms. Gallagher, hopefully you're still tuning in. Just deep appreciation for your leadership, how you've shown what it means to lead through the most challenging times, and to hold a community through really difficult times. And the things that are happening at music, I think are the things that really need to be happening throughout our district. And particularly, I know the student mentioned inclusion. And I think that's such an important point that we need to make sure that we're supporting all our schools to have the level of inclusion, love and care that we see at Music. So thank you for that. I'm going to start my superintendent's report. Let's see, sorry, started at the wrong point. Here we go. So today's superintendent's report have 5 topics. One is an enrollment update. I wanted to give an update on reopening. Talks about some of the equity initiatives that we are continuing to move forward. A merger update, and then also quick information about COVID-19 testing. So first, just wanted to share out our most recent enrollment numbers. So this is as of the 19th. As you can see, we've actually seen a slight decrease in numbers since the 4th of January, of around 12 students. Some we did see, and you can see it on the comparison with the 4th, that we have had some students who have moved from Memorial to Bridgepoint. And so that's one shift, but the actual decrease in overall numbers is something that actually tends to happen every year around this time. The end of the first semester and the start of the second semester oftentimes is when we see some sort of movement of students. Unfortunately, this year, the movement is that we have students that have left the system, but that is something that's relatively typical. Shifting gears to our reopening update. So I shared briefly the last meeting around some of the new updates from the governor around a proposal. And so I wanted to come back, and we've had an opportunity to be meeting with the county and unpacking some of the proposal that the governor is putting forth, called the Safe Schools for All plan. So I wanted to go into a little bit more depth. This is something that keeps evolving, and we have support from both the county and also other organizations and our colleagues in other districts, as we all are making sense of exactly what's being stated here, and then that things continue to change. So we just need to be aware of that. But the 4 pillars of his new plan, Safe Schools for All, is one around funding, safety and mitigation, oversight and assistance, and transparency and accountability. And so there are opportunities for additional funding. There are requirements for that. There is a clear articulation of safety and mitigation requirements. Fortunately, much of those in Alameda have already been the things that we've been following, because Alameda has very strict safety and mitigation guidelines. And then the plan articulates oversight and assistance, how the state and the county plan to support schools and hold schools and districts accountable for maintaining the high standards for reopening. And then lastly, data and transparency in the form of new dashboards and hotline and communication that the state is rolling out. So one of the things I wanted to share that is in this new guidelines, and again, this has not fully been, this is a proposal still that I believe the legislature has yet to completely approve. But one of the things is, while there's no opening of grades 7 through 12 in the purple tier, grades K-6 may open. However, that is if, and the if is if these following guidelines are followed. 1, completing a safety plan. 2, that the safety plan is submitted and reviewed by the county and the state team. And then 3, that the county within which the district is in must have a case rate that is lower than 28 cases per 100,000 for at least 5 consecutive days. At this point, we are not in that situation. I believe, I can't remember as of today what our case rate is, but I do believe it's above 28. So we've discussed in this meeting and throughout the fall the reopening plan that was required by the county. We did submit that after getting your guidance and getting input from many, many stakeholders. And now the county is putting forth a what they're called a different plan that they're requiring. Fortunately for us, since we already submitted our reopening plan, it will just require us to modify and make sure that we are addressing any of the added components that the state is putting forth. But you see down there, the modified reopening plan, 14 out of 18 of the districts in Alameda County have submitted a reopening plan. We are one of those districts now. And so in addition to a modified reopening plan, they're also going to require that we modify what's called the illness and injury prevention plan. So an illness and injury prevention plan is a plan that exists in every district prior to COVID. It's just your standard plan to how a district and schools will address illness and injury prevention. However, now they've added different elements to that specifically related to COVID. And so we are in the process of reviewing our illness and injury prevention plan, making adjustments, and then that will need to be submitted to the state. Then there is also the option of additional funding. The timeline is very short and honestly will be very challenging to accomplish given where we are at. If a district applies by February 1st, they could receive 100% of the grant rate. If they apply by March 1st, 75% of the grant rate. And I'll speak a little bit more about those guidelines. And so what would that grant look like? How much would the funding would districts receive? So $450 per student would be the dollar amount. And then there's some added possible funding if we're submitting by February 1st. If we wait till March 1st, then we would be getting $337.50 per student. And those are for students who are attending in-person learning. Some of the guidelines, so this plan that I alluded to, they're calling the CSP, COVID-19 School Safety Plan. And so that is what we need to now utilize our reopening plan and modify it and make sure that we're covering all of the requirements. But some of the requirements for the February 1st funding, and this is what makes this challenging, is number one, submitting that plan. Number two, to submit a ratified, certificated, and classified collective bargaining agreement or the applicable memoranda of understanding. We currently, as the board knows, have a memorandum of understanding with our CSEA partner. We are still in conversations with NTA, our certificated labor partner, with regard to an MOU. So if we do not have both those by the deadline, then we would not be eligible for the grant dollars. In addition, posting the plan on our website, which we have already posted our current reopening plan on our website, and then certify verification that each student that is participating in distance learning still has access to all the technology needed, which we, in our case, we already have in place. So these are some of the ideas for what students should be prioritized for in-person learning as of March 16th or March 15th, depending on the date of the grant. This would be our students who have some of the most high priority needs. And that's individuals with exceptional needs, foster youth and homeless, students without access to a computing device, and all students in kindergarten through grade 2. By March 15th, there's also the option to increase that from kindergarten grade 2 into up to 6th grade. The state is not recommending that, and I think actually is prohibiting that the upper grades open during this timeline. So that's a little information about a reopening update. We'll continue to update you as we hear and as things change. We do have a meeting with the county on Monday in which we'll get much more information about that application process. Wanted to shift gears a little bit and share some of the equity work that we have been working on. One is, I know last time there was a brief conversation, and the board members who requested that we get clarity on the social-emotional learning curriculum that is being discussed and is being piloted in some of our schools. So just to be clear, we have not adopted a curriculum either in secondary nor in elementary yet. And that is why we haven't brought any sort of curriculum for approval by the board. However, we have been piloting curriculum. And in the junior high, we're piloting the Character Strong curriculum. And that was underwent a thorough vetting process and engagement process with the junior high staff. And then in elementary, a number of our schools have been utilizing the Second Step program. We've been hoping that to expand that out to all our elementary schools. And we know that both students, teachers, staff, and families have really been asking for an SEL curriculum in all grade levels. And so this is a really high priority for us as a district. I will say that I believe only 1 or 2 other districts in the entire county have not adopted a SEL curriculum. And we're one of the only ones. And as we know, during the pandemic, this is like such a high priority and importance to be supporting our young people to in terms of character development, in terms of their own mental health, and a lot of those social emotional learning competencies. Another initiative that we've mentioned, I just wanted to update you on, is our implicit bias trainings that were articulated in the Black Lives Matter in the Classroom resolution passed by this board in the early fall. So we have had, there's 3 sessions that we have constructed for all of our teachers, and we hope to do this with all of our staff across the entire district. We had session 1 with our elementary school teachers on January 11th. There was, I think, approximately 180 teachers that were that underwent the session 1 training. It's really focused on the science of bias and the science of implicit bias. Our next training is with the secondary teachers, and that's on Monday, and that'll be the same topic. And then in February and March, we'll be covering our next session, our next session in the cycle, and that's the exploration of inner bias. And then lastly, April and May, we're scheduled to do session 3, the final session for this year, and that's around classroom bias and the student experience. And we have talked with a number of student leaders about the idea of students, actually student leaders coming to some of those sessions, session 3, to actually discuss with teachers and staff some of the things that they experience around implicit bias and other issues around equity. As I've engaged with, this week I engaged with the Black Student Union, and in the past I've engaged with the student leadership groups, and this is really important to them. And it's mentioned in the resolution. They really, they've articulated to me this feeling of how important it is that we're all entrained and all become much more conscious of our own implicit bias. So I'm really excited that we're continuing with this program. I think it's really critical. And then another, I would call an equity issue or equity initiative is around a graduate profile. And so at this point, we have engaged a little under 200 stakeholders in different engagements around the graduate profile and developing a graduate profile. And something that stuck out to me is as we hear from our stakeholders and as we hear from all of these different people, they taught some of the character traits that they really think are important for our students to have include critical thinking, empathy, resiliency, determination, and many other characteristics that really fall under socio-emotional competency. And so all the more reason why we really need to have an SEL curriculum that or curriculi that we can use to support our students in developing those skills. Next is, I know I've showed this as a little bit of a general timeline around school consolidations. And so I wanted to give you an update on some of the things that have been happening since we last met on the 4th. And as you see here, enrollment projections, design team formation, and facilities assessment have been the top priority in January. And then we'll be shifting to staffing, really getting into the design team work and facility preparation as well as budgeting. And so some of the things that, that have been happening in the last 2 weeks, one is that we have formed our design team, and we have identified a facilitator that will support that design team in conjunction with central office staff. And our first convening is on the 28th. And so we've sent out the invites for that. And that first convening of that group, that will be the Snow community leads and representatives and the Graham community representatives coming together and beginning to really work on the design of the new school. And that'll start with what's called a community learning exchange. It's a really, really valuable equity practice that allows people to tap into what are all the assets that the community is coming with that they really want to make sure are celebrated and then brought into the new school design. And then in terms of enrollment and staffing, we have begun the preliminary enrollment projections, and we are near completion. I anticipate that we'll have our preliminary enrollment projections finished within the next week or two. And then our next step is meeting with the staff regarding staffing, regarding the process of staffing for our merged school. And then based on the number of students that we are projecting, then we'll be looking at the facilities and what is the classroom utilization that we need to have based on the enrollment projections. And lastly, coming up in the next week, 2 weeks, is we are meeting with our special ed teams at both schools to discuss program placement for the upcoming school year in the merged school. There is a number of different special education programs, and so we really want to think through with those teams what is the best configuration to really support students and families. And then I'll just end, I believe, oh no, I have one more slide after this. Just a reminder, we continue to have COVID testing in partnership with our BACH. So there is free testing coming up on the 29th and 30th at the McGregor campus. And then BACH is also providing free testing to anyone at Cedar Church January 21st and 22nd. And then lastly, I will say, I know it was mentioned at the last board meeting request around the minutes and making sure that we get up to date on our board minutes. So we have been working diligently on that, and we are intending to bring forth all of the old meeting minutes for your approval on February 4th. And I believe that is my my superintendent's report for this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent, for the report. I will open up for questions and comments. First, I will go to you, student member Salemi. Any comments and questions regarding the superintendent's report?
No, but I just would like to highlight the fact, Dr. Triplett did highlight it, but the importance of social emotional learning curriculum, especially because we are, like he said, one of the only schools in the county that hasn't adapted it. And that is something that a lot of students are, asking for. And some of the elementary schools that have come in, just like the one today where they're focusing on that, you do see the improvement. And I would like to thank you for the information on the equity initiatives that you are doing, and I can't wait to see more of that.
Thank you.
Member Martinez.
So let me see, I lost my train of thought on the first question. With regards to the minutes, I mean, that's something we've been talking about for quite a while. So we fully expect to see the full set of minutes at the next meeting. Would we also expect to stay on track beyond that? Do we have a plan to make sure we don't get into this bind again? That would be a question. A broader question. You don't have to answer it now. So that's just, I'll say it's a statement. With regards to the curriculum adoption for social emotional learning. So, you mentioned you're piloting. When would we expect for that to come before the board so we can actually get it approved and say, hey, we've now got an established program?
Yeah, thank you, Member Martinez. And to your point about the minutes, I totally appreciate that. And we absolutely need to make sure that we are staying up on top of that. So that's a commitment that I give to the board. With regard to the social emotional learning curriculum, so we have been really wanted to do a very thorough process of meeting and engaging with teachers, curriculum council. So it has taken much longer than we anticipated. And I'll just be honest, a little frustrating because of the urgency. However, I anticipate, my hope is that we can bring something to the board in the next couple months. It will not stop us from piloting. So the piloting is happening and it's ongoing. But in terms of really fully adopting something, we want to make sure that we are engaging, particularly our teachers, but also principals and others around the curriculum, because if there's not buy-in, then we can purchase something and then it sits on the shelf. And so we do want to make sure that that folks are engaged and committed to it, that we're not forcing something on people, and at the same time, I feel a real urgency because kids can't wait. We really need to be supporting them in developing in that way. So that's a long-winded answer. My hope is in the next couple months that we could actually have a cohesive K-12 thing to bring to the board to get approval on.
Member Hill.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so kind of echoing Ms. Martinez. So, I mean, my kind of experience is that usually with any board, kind of a standing agenda item at the beginning of every board meeting is an approval of minutes. And so I know that we're kind of behind, but I think it's very important from a kind of a historical record. And the challenge is that the further, these kind of sit in the past, the more distant the memory becomes. And so I just think it's really important for us to kind of catch up and then have it be a standing item that gets approved at every board meeting. Obviously we can discuss that more. But so that's one piece of input. And then the second thing is related to programs and we talked about this, I think, in our last meeting. I think it's really important that, because my understanding in looking at Newark in the past is that there've always been programs that have been introduced, and a lot of times it's flavor of the month or flavor of the year, and then kind of the dog and pony gets rolled out, but then at some point there's no momentum, and then it kind of fizzles, and we don't really know what we're getting. And so I think that it's really important that any program that we try to introduce, that we've got a clear set of goals, and they need to be measurable. We need to have measurable criteria that we are trying to impact, and then we measure and we get basically, what's the bang for the buck? Because the challenge that we have is, as we've talked about, we don't have a lot of bucks, so we got to make those bucks count. And so I think that any program that we put together, it's got to be very clear what the goals are, and we need to understand what's the cost benefit, what are we getting. So, and obviously we're going to talk about that more, but I know that, if things are brought before me, that those are the criteria that I'm going to look at.
Thank you, Member Hill. I appreciate that.
Member Grindal. You're on mute.
So I noticed in your reopening charts, there's a discussion of vaccines being available for school staff. Can you illuminate on that at all, Dr. Triplett?
Yeah, thank you, Member Grindal. What we're understanding right now is that educators are in level 1B, which is high priority. I think it's right after emergency workers and the elderly. And so we don't have a concrete timeline as to when we can expect that, although some of the things that are being floated is around February. But again, I think it's a national, state, and then county sort of thing that is a little bit out of my control. What I have heard most recently from the county is that they are starting to think about it in terms of healthcare providers. And so a lot of the vaccines will go through the healthcare provider themselves, and then the healthcare provider will be responsible for coordinating with their members, so to speak. And then anyone who does not have a healthcare provider, that they will create what they're calling events, where people can come, large areas where people will come who don't have healthcare to be able to get vaccinated as well. There is something on the state website that they're rolling out where people can go on and put in their name and then also their profession, and then they get sort of ranked and then their healthcare provider, and then they get sort of put on the list, and then the state makes a determination of what level they'll be in. And so I imagine in the next week or 2 weeks we'll hear more from the county about how our educators can get on those apply to those things and begin to get vaccinated.
Great, thank you. And also, this is kind of more of a policy sort of statement. Given that we have COVID infection rates that are worse than ever right now, I'm quite skeptical about some of the timelines that are being talked about. However, I do applaud you for being ready and prepared for that process. I do hope and expect that we won't actually be rushing any reopening until it's actually safe, given what we're experiencing right now. But I do applaud you for being prepared. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Grindell. And yeah, I made a commitment at the very beginning that we would not reopen without 2 weeks notice to our community and communicating that out. And so we want to make sure that we adhere to that. And then of course we will only follow county guidelines around when it's safe to actually reopen.
Thank you.
Member Wynn?
Hi, thank you for the report, Superintendent. So the only comment I had was, thank you for the clarification in terms of the SEL curriculum, that it is a pilot program. But initially in our communications that went out to families from the junior high, it did say that the district adopted a new curriculum. And since then, there has been another email update to let us know that it is a piloting program. But I think it's so important that we really have our communications in line, and especially us to know that you guys are rolling out a pilot program and the timeline of it, so that when we do get questions from the community, that we're able to answer them appropriately. So that's my only comment. And then the second thing is, for your superintendent report, the slide decks that you have, is it possible for us to attach them to either so that our community can access them? I know that it's not attached to the agenda prior to the meeting, so it's not stored along with the agendas, but either posted somewhere on the website or in our library of documents where we have, so that they can access them. I think it's valuable.
Absolutely, yeah, thank you. And I saw a thumbs up from Ms. Gutierrez, so the answer is yes on that one.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do apologize for the on behalf of the district for the confusion around district adopted versus pilot, and I'm glad that the clarification went out.
Okay, so I have a question regarding the grant you're applying. Before February the 1st, we'll get 100% grant for the incentive, reopening incentive. Is that the money coming from the governor's budget, the $2 billion one, or is a county specific money?
That is governor's dollars.
Oh, that's part of the $2 billion that he did. That because last time when you were doing your report, the money seems to be only for districts that are going to be reopened by a specific deadline, an arbitrary deadline. And I made a comment. I said this seems to be only the county in rural area probably will get it, because I don't anticipate any coastal county, given the severity of the pandemic, will open. It looks like this has been changed over the past 2 weeks. It's just submitting a plan. You don't need to necessarily reopen it. You need to submit a plan, and then you'll get the money. Is that right?
You only receive the funds if you have students in person.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, to your point that you made the last meeting, and I think that has been brought up and has been noticed that there seems to be an inequity there in terms of the ability of certain districts and certain geographical areas to open more easily than others.
So given the severity of our pandemic in Alameda County, we don't really expect to get any of that $2 billion, right?
We're going to move forward, continue to move forward to be as prepared as we possibly can to receive that, with the knowledge that it is possible that we will not be.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all for me.
Okay.
Any other more comments, questions from the board?
I wanted to echo Member Hill's point, especially with something as important as mental health and the social emotional learning curriculum, and any curriculum. I hope that we attach goals to it just so we can measure its success and see if it's working or not, and then correct that.
Thank you, Member Salemi.
Any other comments? Seeing none, thank you for your report. Next item will be staff report 11.1, letter from Alameda County Office of Education regarding 2020 to 2021 first interim budget report. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Jean. So I'll just turn this one over to our CBO, Ms. Dela Cruz.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Triplett. So last month we presented our first interim report and then subsequently submitted it to the Alameda County Office of Education, as we are required to do for their review. And this letter represents the analysis and the review that they conducted with our first interim budget report. So good news, they concurred based on their review and analysis with our positive certification. So that's a good thing. And then they also made comments regarding our enrollment and our average daily attendance projections. They want us to be cautious and be aware that the ADA that we're using right now is part of what they're calling a hold harmless, where the governor has allowed us to use our ADA from 2019-20 because of the pandemic. And that exemption or that provision will expire in 22-23. So the potential for us to have a lower ADA, which results in lower funding, is likely to happen in 22-23. So they're advising us to look at our numbers closely and have some sort of contingency in case our enrollment numbers don't materialize. In the multi-year projection, they did commend the board and the district for being proactive in taking the necessary steps, as difficult as it was, to consolidate schools, and also addressing the issue with regards to the transfers from Fund 17. And so with the second interim report, they're requiring a couple of things. One is for us to itemize the $500,000 that we're projecting to save from the school consolidations, because right now it's in one line item as a lump sum. And so they want to see that in detail, what that really represents. And then the projected $742,000 that we had in our multi-year projection as a deficit for 21-22. They want to see some budget balancing solutions on that as well. And from our study session, I did mention that because of the governor's proposal, that deficit will be eliminated. So that will be part of our report at second interim, which is due to the county on March 16th, and will be presented to the board before that. But overall, it was a positive and encouraging letter.
Okay. Open up to questions and comments. Student members, Salami, any questions and comments?
I just had a question, and I know this is just based off of assumptions as of now, but assuming because of the COLA funding we are expecting, which would eliminate next school year's deficit, would we still need to identify budget balancing solutions for the 21-22 school year? Because I know that was required.
Not in detail. What we would identify is to explain that because of the change in the assumption that we are no longer projecting a deficit.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Member Martinez?
Sorry, I do not have any questions. I know during the study session, I think there was some just clarification points, but I don't have any. Thank you.
Member Grindel?
I also don't have any questions to follow up on. Just thank you for the succinct and positive report.
Member Hill?
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Dela Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Member Wing?
Thank you, Ms. Dela Cruz, for the presentation again. Just one question. For the itemized $500,000, would it be consistent with the itemized list that we had for the school that was presented in the school consolidation?
Yes, that's what we would do, where 85% is mostly salaries and benefits.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Mhm.
Okay, so for me, I just want to highlight one thing. Well, I'm just glad that the county concurred with our positive qualification, which means no more third interim report. This is actually the first year since I'm on board, so that we don't have third interim report. And obviously, given the news we got from the study session, in the past 2 years, we've made some really difficult and tough decisions. I'm just glad that I think we're not completely out of the wood, but we're in much better shape than 2 years ago, and better shape than many of the other surrounding districts in Alameda County. So thank you for the hard work.
Thank you. It's called cautious optimism.
Yes. Okay. So with that, we'll move on to the next item, old business 12.1, appointment of a board representative to audit committee. May I get a motion to open up discussion?
I move.
Oh, I'll second.
Moved by Member Hill, seconded by Member Nguyen. Do we have public comments on this item, Ms. Gutierrez?
No public comment on this item.
Superintendent Dr. Triplett?
Sorry, no comment from me. This
was actually a requested item by President Zhang, if you wanted to speak on this.
Yeah, so then should I lead the discussion on this?
Yes.
So
Yes, please.
after being re-elected to the chair of the audit committee during the last audit meeting, that we got the charter, we confirmed in the charter, in the audit committee charter, which clearly states that board president doesn't get to be part of the audit committee. So I will need to step down. So we'll need to have a new member to be on the audit committee, and then we'll need to elect a new chair to the audit committee. And electing a new chair will happen in the next audit meeting, but today we need to elect a new member to the audit committee. So right now, Member Hill is the only member on the audit committee. Any other board members that are interested in getting onto this committee?
President Zhang, if I may, I believe we had Member Nguyen as the alternate.
Okay. Oh, I see.
But it is open to the full board.
Yeah. So any members that's interested in being a audit committee member?
So just to clarify, it's a 2-member committee, right? So Member Nguyen is.
It's a 2+1, I believe. It's two committee member plus 1 alternate, and Member Nguyen right now is the alternate. So we need.
And we didn't have a second member already?
It was Member Zhang, but he stepped down. So
no, me.
It's, and Member Hill. and
So
myself.
we're looking for an alternate then, not.
No, we're
I
looking
mean,
for
not
both.
necessarily. If member Win doesn't want to be a full-time member, she remains the alternate. So we'll need to have a full-time, audit member.
I'm okay with being a full-time member, but I'm yielding just in case member Grandel or member Martinez would like to participate in the audit committee.
Member Grindel?
I could be, I'll yield to member Wind whether she wants to be full-time or alternate, and I'll do whichever she does not want to do. or prefer, not want, but which one do you prefer?
Does member Grandel have a comment, or would he like to be on there?
No, I'm not interested in joining that committee at this point.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
I know, because both our new members are so nice. They're always yielding to us when we're calling motion. So I just wanted to.
Yeah, here's my suggestion. I think member Hill is relatively new to the board and to the committee. I would rather prefer somebody that has some experience serving on the audit committee to be a second full-time member. Given member Win, you're the full-time member throughout the entire fiscal year, possibly calendar year 2020, and then you only step down after member Hill was sworn in as the new board member. So I would prefer that you step up to be the second full-time member, and that member Martinez to be the alternate. So we can have a more experienced member and plus a relatively new member on the audit committee.
And just so you know, no pressure. Remember, when I've been on that committee as well. So whatever you prefer.
I'm okay. I will step up.
Okay.
Per President Zhang.
Okay.
So I will serve as the alternate then.
Okay. So
okay.
Member Hill, can you rescind your motion? Or I can make a new motion. Because when we did the motion, that was not very clear. So I'll move to appoint member Win to be the second member on audit committee and member Martinez to be the alternate member. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Given this is the board item, I guess, the student board member vote on this item?
Yes.
Okay. Student member Salemi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Win?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to the next item, new business 13.1. Resolution 2020.21-016, purchase of global plasma solutions, need point bipolar ionization devices, and award for installations. May I get a motion to open up discussion?
I move.
I'll second.
Moved by member Win, seconded by member Martinez. Superintendent Ms. Gutierrez, do we have any public comments on this item?
No public comment.
Okay, I'll yield the floor to Dr. Triplett.
Thank you, President Zhun. So this is a follow-up to the initial purchase of some of this amazing technology. And so I'll turn it over to Ms. Dela Cruz to explain more, and then I believe we may have some other guests who might be talking to this as well.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Yes, Ms. Gutierrez, Mr. Caputo and Ms. Bezar may be here to be a guest. I'm not sure if both of them are here, but if you could please let them in. Okay, so if you recall, back in November, the board approved the purchase of 160 ionization devices. We also had a presentation from the manufacturer's rep, and we had indicated that there were an additional about 350 or so devices that we still had to purchase, because the plan was to install these devices at all of the schools. So we initially purchased the 160 because it was just below the threshold of the purchasing limit that's allowed for us without having to go out to bid. And then we said we would pursue a way to purchase the others, whether we had to go out to bid or if there was an exemption. And so we were able to work with our legal team, and the resolution that's attached explains the exemption and how we are allowed to purchase the rest of the ionization units. Right now, we're estimating that we're going to need another 396 because we need a total of 556. And that's so we can install them in all of the HVAC units throughout the district. And the installation is also included as part of this as part of the resolution. We went out and got quotes for installing the 160 devices because initially we thought our maintenance team would be able to do it, but it really is way beyond their ability to install these devices. So we're recommending that the resolution is approved based on the additional devices that we need to purchase and the reasons that are outlined in the resolution that allows us to buy these devices, plus the installation. And we've attached the quotes from the contractor for the installation as well as the quote for the devices. And in total, we're looking at a fiscal impact of $271,000, which will be covered by the Federal CARES Act funds. Is there anything else, Mr. Caputo, that I missed?
I believe you covered it very well. I do know that there were some questions and that we provided some answers for. So if there are any other questions, we're here to address them. We did engage with District Council over the holidays and to evidence to him that the devices were vetted out through mechanical engineers and through our office and looking at other comparable products to determine the cost benefit on these, given that these are all specialty items and they're a little bit different. And we provided that supplemental information to the board, I believe, yesterday in response to some questions. And that, yes, we did bid the installation of the initial 160 when maintenance determined that they were unable to install them themselves. And we reached out to 4 contractors. Only 2 provided bids for it. The second bid was quite a bit higher than the first. It was $32,705 compared to the bid that we're recommending of $21,892. And the difference is about $137 a piece compared to $204 a piece. And so we will use that as a starting point to negotiate the installation of the balance of these units.
Okay, with that, I'll be open up for question and discussion. Student member Salami, you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, member Hill.
Yeah, so a couple questions. So since I wasn't a part of the original presentation and discussion, so was the installation of these really being driven by COVID-19 and trying to improve air circulation in the schools?
Yes, so in this case, it's not just air circulation. These purifiers, I'm going to be in simplistic terms, shoot ionization into the ductwork system that essentially separates the chemistry of the virus and effectively kills it and enlarges the particles so they're caught into the filters.
Okay, so because I guess my question, and just to sort of net it out, is I think that as COVID-19 has hit, right, this is something that none of us have anticipated, and we've kind of taken, and I'm talking about our society as a whole, we've taken a kind of approach of throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. But my concern is on an ongoing basis, what are the implications of this? And so, so number one, are all schools employing these, using these, or are we just one, or what percentage? And then also, even though we're being able to fund this from temporary one-time money for a one-time installation, what's the ongoing cost? And do we have estimates for maintenance? What's the useful life? What's the replacement? And so, I think we want to get an understanding of how necessary is it and what's the ongoing obligation.
Yeah, so these are self-cleaning, maintenance-free. They work on low voltage in the cases that we have. These are set up to where they can work from 24 volt up to 240. These will be hooked up essentially to low voltage, so there'll be very little energy draw from them. And it's very evolving technology in the sense that it's being used now for COVID, but they've tested this. They've gone through all the ATSM testings for other viruses. The presentation showed a lot of graphs and studies. And it was introduced to us by the mechanical engineer. We did a presentation with the district and then the board separately from the manufacturer representative. And it's part of the evolving studies that many districts are incorporating, as well as businesses. Residences are putting them in their houses as well. The size and nature of the units vary based on, of course, the size and the airflow of the different types of mechanical units.
Do we have a sense, though, of useful life and replacement costs?
They cost about $524 a piece. With the volume that the next purchase is, they're trending down to about $490 a piece. You can take them and use them into other units if you decide to close a classroom and bring it into another classroom. So we're looking to be as frugal as we can in the spaces that will be utilized, because throughout the schools there are spaces that don't necessarily have students all the time, or can be limited in schools that don't have enough population for every classroom. But I don't have at my fingertips, I could look it up online, but I don't have it on my fingertips right now, the anticipated longevity of these things, but they're part of research that universities are doing, states are doing. There's a lot of research done on these. And they also, like in the presentation, we heard that even with the forest fires that we've had, it is very effective in eliminating that smoke from classrooms, as well as many other things. The charts showed its effectiveness. I just don't recall the longevity, but I'm assuming, like everything that we look at here, it's 10 to 15, 20 years. And it is part of our COVID Preventiveness program. We've been doing it in a couple of school districts. Other districts are doing it across. We first were trying to get some supplemental information out of Alameda. I know Lafayette School District's doing it. Sac City schools are using a similar product. It's becoming widespread. Yes, it's part of things that are being done industry-wide.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, I have a question regarding the first approval of the first 160 units. So apparently when we approved the 160 units, we didn't really include the installation cost for that first 160 units. Is that correct?
Yes, at that time, we thought that the maintenance department had indicated that they could install these. The vendor, the manufacturer, was going to send a rep out to instruct them on how to do it. But with reopening and all the other stuff on their plate, they just didn't feel that they had the bandwidth to do it. And as you know, the COVID readiness has been evolving, and we're going to open in November, and now we don't quite know when. So with the urgency of being ready, when we start looking at 596 of these, or 556 of these, it's well beyond their capacity to do it in a timely manner.
Okay, that's all my questions. If no other comments and questions.
I have one
Okay,
President
Member Nguyen.
Shaw. So if we approve this tonight, what is the timeline did you anticipate that the vendor will be able to install these?
So the contractor's on standby right now for the initial 160 that is already in the district's possession. And there's about a 2-week lead time on the balance of these. And we'll be ready to have those installed as soon as we receive them.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, just briefly, I just want to applaud staff for thinking about the safety of our students and being on top of this. So I appreciate it.
Any other questions?
And just one last question. It sounds like, Mr. Caputo, what you're saying is that if we do install these, that, because I think what we're talking about a total of roughly about 500 now, is that what was?
Yes, and we can phase them a little bit. The district and I have been talking about, really seeing how the districts, I mean, we want to be stand ready. So we've even worked with the vendor that if for any reason we see that high school may be deferred out longer or may not reopen, then as long as they're not unpackaged, we can return them without they've waived the restocking fee. And we can order less and then buy more down the road if we need to.
And then if at some point we discover, 3 years out or 5 years out, maybe some of them are failing earlier than we anticipated, or, maybe there's better technology, or maybe we just don't think we need them, that we can disconnect them or not, or choose not to use them. It's not going to affect the underlying infrastructure of our HVAC system, right?
No, not at all. In fact, if we weren't doing this right now, just given COVID and not knowing what's coming next, or how long this will really last, we would have or the mechanical engineer would have recommended, as we move forward with one of the next projects, replacement of HVAC units, that these are installed at the factory and come installed.
Seeing no other questions, Ms. Gutierrez, can you repeat the motion?
Yes, staff recommends approval of resolution 2020.21-016 for the purchase of Global Plasma Solutions needlepoint bipolar ionization units for district HVAC systems and award for installation. Motion made by Member Nguyen and second by Member Martinez.
Student Member Salemi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is also yes. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next item, 13.2. Map making system proposal for the landscaping and irrigation project. Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
I'll second. Sorry, couldn't get
Motion
off.
made by Member Nguyen, seconded by Member Martinez. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have any public comments on this?
Yes, we do. We have Cindy Parks. And she has been moved. So Ms. Parks, I believe your microphone is unmuted.
Thank you. This agenda item shows a project for 9 sites is going to be charged to Measure G. One of the sites is the district office. Let me remind the board, no district office projects can be charged to Measure G. At our December CBOC meeting, it was noted the project manager's fee for a project which included multiple sites, included the district office, was paid for with Measure G. The project manager is having to go back and note what portion of the fee was for the district office project. Then the business office has got to go back and make an adjustment. If you recall, one of the items in the fact findings and concerns from last year's annual report was an issue pertaining to recategorizing or retroactively transferring payments, which pose a challenge for oversight and risk of error. Please revise your motion stating any mapping fees for the district office are to be charged to a fund other than Measure G. Thank you very much.
We have another speaker.
That's it.
Okay. With that, I will yield the floor to Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Jun. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Dela Cruz, and I know our guests, Mr. Caputo and Mr. Abaziar, could also speak a little bit in more detail about this agenda item. Ms. Dela Cruz.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. The proposal here for map making systems is part of the landscaping and irrigation project. So as we are working on developing the drawings, the bid specs for the landscaping projects, we're finding that we don't have the drawings, the complete drawings for us in order to have a complete set of bid documents. So this proposal is for map making systems to do the surveys and create the CAD drawings and be able to incorporate them in our bid specs. Regarding the district office, it is our intent to not pay for that out of bond. So in terms of the budget source, yes, I see that. We put Measure G. It should be a combination of Measure G and Fund 40, which is where we're paying for the district office portion of the landscaping project.
With that, I'll open up for questions and comments. Student member Salemi, you have any questions?
No questions. I conveyed a question earlier to Dr. Triplett before the meeting.
Okay. Member Martinez?
Do not have any questions, and thank you, Ms. Dela Cruz, for clarifying the funding source. Thank you.
Member Grundal?
No questions at this time.
Member Hill?
So are we hiring somebody to create these maps? Is this what we're paying for? Or are we buying the software and then we're going to do it ourselves?
We are, oh, sorry, go ahead, Ralph. It's a service, it's a contract with someone that's going to create the maps.
Okay.
Yeah, like a specialized surveyor.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Nguyen?
Just a quick question. In terms of on here it says significant landscape elements, does that include like parts of piping, and will they be tagging those as access?
Yeah, curb heights, trees, fire hydrants, manholes, anything that's in the areas of the proposed scope of work. We scoured through the district drawings and we just couldn't find substantive information because there hasn't been a lot of work done in those areas. So even though the perimeters of the curbs are shown, not every, power pole, light pole, fire hydrant is noted on the plan. So this is to physically go out and measure all those things, drain inlets, anything that's in that general area, so that it's just a way to avoid change orders later on in the construction process.
Okay, and that will also include irrigation piping and everything like that?
Well, this is subsurface. We've already done some locations of that. We've done some exploratory work. That's part of the architect's work to go out there and dig things up and analyze that. So yeah, if there's like a manhole, they'll check that out, or a drain inlet, they'll show the depth or the curb heights and any pipes that go through the curbs. But
okay. And then lastly, will they be tagging lat longs on these elements so that you guys have location for the location, and in terms of like maybe down the line the district might want to have the data for if they decide to put it in a GIS system?
yeah, and in fact all of the all of the plans and the maps, all of that will belong to the district in the end. So they'll have the electronic and the paper records of anything that they record. It'll be turned over to the district, as well as it'll be part of the bid plans.
Great, thank you.
I actually have some question regarding the funding source. I believe Fund 40 is the Russian fund, right? For Mrs. Dela Cruz. And that's for capital outlay and capital improvement, right?
Right. Yes.
And
for facility improvements.
And this CAD system, the mapping and drawing the CAD, does that really fall into capital improvement and outlay?
Well, it's part of the entire project. So we can attach it to the project cost.
Yeah,
the total project.
Typically, they're hard and soft costs. It's an element of what's required in order to do the capital improvements.
Yeah, so it's similar to architect fees. If we needed architects, we would also include that as part of the total project costs.
So for the total cost of 14,900, what portion of that will be paid by Russian fund? Will be the Fund 40, the Russian fund?
Well, proportionately, it's about 3 acres. So we'd have to look at the portion, 3 acres out of 17 total.
I see, I see.
That's how we would do it, just a proportionate share.
Okay, I see. Okay, that's all my questions. Any other questions from other board members? Seeing none, given the motion is to approve the using the entire what do you call that, the entire fund 21 measure G to pay for, and we also get a conclusion about 3/17 of the fund will be paid by Russian fund 40. So can we revise the motion by member when you made a motion? Do you want to modify your motion?
I will rescind my previous motion and state a new motion.
I will rescind my second.
I move to approve the map making system proposal for landscaping and irrigation project from budget source Fund 21 and Fund 40.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by member Nguyen, seconded by member Martinez. Student member Salami, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries unanimously. And thank you, Mr. Caputo, for answering questions for both of the 2 items we discussed above. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Member Nguyen, you said the ending of your motion was budget source?
Fund 40.
Budget source, Fund 21 and Fund 40.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item, 13.3, 2020 to 2021 Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP Advisory Committee. May I get a motion to start discussion?
I move to start discussion.
I will second it. Moved by student member Salami, seconded by me. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have any public comments for this item? Okay, yield the floor to Dr. Triplett.
Thank you, President Jun. Ms. Dela Cruz can feel free to chime in, but essentially this is the Local Control Accountability Plan Advisory Committee. And we already have members for this committee for this year. And what we're proposing is that for the previous year, what we're proposing is that these same members continue on, given COVID and the distance, the virtual setting that we're in, the challenge of going through votes at every school is a little bit prohibitive. So what we did was we checked in with all of the current committee members who all said that, and their schools, who all concurred that they were willing and interested in continuing in this capacity. I will note that there are two people on the committee that we are still waiting to confirm with. So that's noted on the item. And if they were to decline, then we would bring back 2 new members, or 1, depending on the situation, for this board to approve.
Okay, I'll open up to questions and comments from the board. Student member Salami, do you have any questions?
No questions, but I would like to point out that there are student representatives, and I don't know if that's happened before, but I just wanted to point that out. I thought that was cool to start that normalcy of having students and things like this, even though it is uncharted water. We hope to be active.
Okay,
so thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members?
No questions.
Seeing none, Ms. Gutierrez, can you repeat the motion?
The administration recommends the membership to approve as presented, to be approved as presented. Motion made by member Salami and second by President Zhang.
Student member Salami, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries unanimously, and congratulations, student member Salami. Hope this will be a rewarding experience for you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item, 13.4, new secondary courses. May I get a motion?
I move.
I will second the approval of the new courses. A motion made by student member Salami, seconded by me. Ms. Gutierrez, any public comments?
Yes, and sorry, who was the motion by member Salami?
Yes, by
Yes.
student member Salami, seconded by me.
Thank you. And we do have requests for 1 speaker, but I don't believe he's on. Give me 1 second. There was a request by Shauna Barizi, and he's currently not on the waiting room. So we can move on.
Okay. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Chen. I believe we do have Principal Rangel here as well, who's happy to answer any questions, but I will start just by saying, so we have a significant amount of courses. We're really excited about the fact that we've done a lot of work to identify some courses that would be really supportive of our young people, some courses that are supporting really higher level thinking, and are really courses that set students up for success in college and careers. And then also courses that are really addressing some of the needs that we're hearing from our students and that we're seeing in some of the student data. In particular, the course in a freshman seminar course is something we're really excited about, because what we've seen in the data prior years, and this is indicative of other districts as well, is some of our freshman classes tend to be the students that struggle the most in high school. And I think it's indicative of entering a new system, 9th grade, a lot of different expectations and new environment, and that across all high schools in the country, really, this is a trend that students we see an increase in D's and F's in the freshman year. And so one of the courses in particular is designed to specifically support students as they make that transition into 9th grade, and really address that data by giving them some of the social emotional skills and competencies, giving them the teaching study habits, as well as some of the foundational pieces that are really important for success in high school. One thing that I think has been a misunderstanding by some people, so just want to clarify it right off the bat, is by getting courses approved, it does not mean necessarily that all of these courses will be added that they will actually become sections in the school. The intention here is to create more offerings, and then we see what students are interested in, and then from that we create the master schedule. And I know Ms. Rangel can speak more to that, but this is not a reflection of us increasing our FTE, for example. This is really a reflection of us increasing the opportunities and offerings that students have, and giving them the choice of what's going to be best for them. Did I steal your words, Principal Rangel?
Stole my thunder, but I'm happy to address the board. Good evening, Board President Zhang, board members, Superintendent Triplett, and Executive Cabinet. Thank you for the opportunity to answer questions related to the new courses being proposed this evening. With the systemic inequities and the pandemic, the state recommends that it is more important than ever to maximize student engagement and interest in these courses. So in 2019, our high school classes were more filled in any prior year based on our master schedule focus to focus it around student interest. So we are committed to offer courses that meet student needs and interests. If we can't appropriately fill the course, just as Superintendent Triplett stated, it will not be offered. But we want at minimum to offer the opportunity to our students to have access to these classes. Some of these courses are in alignment with our goals to have more equitable access, be student-centered, meet potential upcoming state mandates, and meet the communication needs and expectations that we've heard from our parents and students. So I'm happy to offer any clarifications needed around any of these courses.
Any questions from the board? I see student member Salemi. Go ahead.
No question, just comment. I want to say seeing this agenda item earlier this week made me ecstatic, and I couldn't wait for us to consider it. I just want to say that it is truly hard work like this that is going to make huge impacts for our students and make them more equipped and successful in their educational journeys. And I know it was people here at the district, but also many teachers that put a lot of effort and hard work into advocating for some of these new courses, especially the music courses. I know there was a lot of work done there. And to me, with the potential addition of these wide variety of courses, we could really begin to create a robust music program at the high school. And it is something like this which makes our students competitive. But most importantly, there were a whole lot of students who've been asking for these courses for so long. For example, the ethnic studies course, and it's courses like that that drive up attendance, motivation, and graduation rates. It is going to give students the opportunity to learn about themselves and their history and help our society become more just. And when we look at the freshman studies course, that is something that I have even mentioned before to Dr. Triplett, and I see a lot of potential for that. So this is a great example of the many things that we could potentially start offering to our students.
Thank you. Member Hill.
Yeah, so I guess my question is, you know, at Newark Memorial a couple of years ago, you know, we had an issue with the master schedule and the mismanagement of the master schedule. And it resulted in all sorts of issues. Ultimately, the firing of the principal, the resignation of board members, and then ultimately the leaving of the superintendent. And so that's how serious, I mean, because these, you know, the master schedule, right, is ultimately what drives, you know, basically costs. And I guess the question is, as I understand, Dr. Triplett, your point that just because we add a course, it doesn't necessarily mean that we actually fill the class. But given the fact that we don't really have, and I'm not going to speak here, I'm really asking a question, but in many areas, we do not have well-documented procedures and protocols. What are the safeguards and the checks and balances that are going to prevent a future issue around master scheduling if we were going to approve this?
Thank you, Member Hill. Are you referring to if, for example, if we were under-enrolled in a class and therefore we're utilizing FTE
Correct.
Yeah. Ms. Rangel, do you want to speak a little bit to the master scheduling process?
Yes, the master scheduling process is quite a process, but it is based on student interest. So it is an early process as well in order to make good decisions. So we do base all of our courses on what the students enroll in. So enrollment starts in the upcoming weeks, but basically we take those numbers and align them to, for instance, let me just use Algebra 1. So if we have students interested or need 250 students interested in that course, then we will need to align it with how many courses how many sections we will need. And then from there, it's just balances, right? Double verifying what the amount of courses that need, and then the FTE we currently have. In some cases, if there's less of an interest in AP chemistry one year, we may hold off and offer it the following year. But I am happy to bring back my staff to discuss how we do master scheduling in depth, because it is quite a process.
Yeah, and my concern is that we've got, for lack of a better term, we've got a lot of tribal knowledge that operates, and tribal knowledge gets you in trouble. And so where I think that we really need, and so my question is that if we had a documented and good process before, why did we have a master schedule mishap, a major mishap? And so why did that happen before? And if it did, if there were things that were not documented, what are the things that have been documented now? What's the process that's in place that's going to prevent this from happening again? Because we know it already happened. So, and we can't rely on just people's knowledge. We need to rely on a documented process.
Yeah, if I may, I appreciate the concern, and we definitely want to ensure that we don't overstaff, misuse funds in any way. I believe last year we had classes full to greater capacity than in recent memory. I don't think I know neither myself, and I don't believe Ms. Rangel was present in a leadership position during the time that you're referring to. But I feel really confident about how things went last year and the systems that are in place right now. And it sounds like Ms. Rangel, you and your team are more than willing to come and share with the board some of the master scheduling processes if the board is interested.
Right, but what I'm driving at, Dr. Triplett, and I think that Member Martinez might echo it given her background, is that one of the things that you learn in businesses that are very process oriented is that you can't rely on human beings and their individual judgments because they are fallible. What you need to rely on is documented processes. So that's how you actually make sure that there is a repetitive and repeatable process. And so we don't want to rely on the fact that maybe we've got a good couple of people now who are making decisions, but then maybe a month from now, a week, 2 months from now, a year from now, they disappear. And then we get some people that are less capable, and then a whole bunch of bad decisions are made. So, because that's how we're going to get out of control. So my sense is that we really need to have a process to make sure that we have this under control and it's documented.
Yeah, my sense is we have both good people and a good process. And we're happy to bring that to the board if the board wishes to better understand what that process looks like.
Yeah. President Jean?
Member Martinez?
So Member Hill, thank you. I think, so first of all, Ms. Rangel, thank you, and Superintendent for bringing this forward. I think this is the kind of conversation we should be having to Member Salemi's point, which is, hey, okay, what are we thinking about? What else are we going to be bringing to the table? I think my concern is, and you stated it, Member Hill, is this is a part of a broader, right, of a broader thing. And I don't have all the history of, when all the other issues happened, but I do know that in the 2 years that I've been here, I still haven't seen a master schedule. We've asked for it, that whether it's the process or, hey, here's what it, here's how what it looks like. Here's our review of the master schedule. Here's how we're coming up with this new menu of potential courses, right? So I want to make sure that absolutely I want to support that we are looking at other, whether it's improving existing, bringing new opportunities for our students. However, it does feel piecemeal. I was in a Mission Valley ROP meeting the other day, and I had some questions about the courses, and they're like, and the other two, sister sites, New Haven and Fremont, said, well, that's what you talk about, every year when the master schedule comes to you, to the board for approval. I said, well, that doesn't happen in Newark. At least I don't know when the last time that happened was, right? So I think that is the discomfort that I have at this point. So it's always a question of timing, right? How critical is this for us to give you the go ahead right now? How quickly can we get a view of here's what the master schedule is? Ms. Rangel and team did an evaluation of the gaps, and here's what we're bringing forward as potential other sites. I have no idea how much of a lift that is, but that's something we just don't see in Newark. And that is part of the setting up the process that's repeatable every year and can be improved upon. So that's my initial feedback.
Thank you, Member Martinez. Just to be clear, for the board, the courses being introduced, they are not the master schedule. So the master schedule is created once we have, the courses are for a course catalog.
Yes.
Students select courses, and then from that selection, the school team builds the master schedule.
Absolutely, yes. And there's the two components, absolutely. We don't see anything, right? And hence this whole, if we look at the goals and objectives for you this year was, setting up the graduate profile so that we could then have at least our true north, our anchors to say, hey, are we developing the course catalogs or the curriculum, that are going to be able to shape our students and support them in those paths. So we don't see any of it, Superintendent, and I know, you're still relatively new, but that is an ask. So I would like to take up Ms. Rangel on the offer to help us understand, here is the process and here's how we're getting to this point.
And I just want to say we're happy to absolutely come back and discuss that. We follow a calendar to a T, and that calendar has been at Newark Memorial for a long time. But of course, we are also revamping. We are retraining department heads. We're working with them closely, and we're also making it a transparent process. So at the beginning of this year, we made sure to meet with our NCA partners so that they can see why we made the decisions we made. This way, everyone's on board. So we're happy to do the same for the board.
Any other questions from board members? Member Nguyen?
I have a question. So part of the process, putting this onto the course catalog and asking us to approve it, I think that part of the process should already have student input. They should already be reached out to or surveyed prior to you guys putting them onto the catalog to make them available, in order for you guys to have a more, I guess, I wouldn't say accurate number, but close to accurate number of how many students are going to be enrolling in those, in these additional courses that we put out, and that it would be better for you guys and probably easier for you guys to put the master schedule together. But again, I do have reservations, and I am all for adding these additional classes, but I would like us to be able to finish up identifying the graduate profile, having maybe like a study session on how the master schedule is put together in order for us to feel comfortable approving these additional courses moving forward for the students. I 100% agree that we do need to add more music, art, and into our curriculum, and definitely ethnic studies, but the process has to be, I think the process just needs to be established, and right now it really isn't. And I just feel like we have so many courses that we are putting out there, and some of them are not fully and you know, we don't have the full capacity or full enrollment in some of the courses in prior years. So I think there needs to be a better gauge on that process, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you, Member Wen. I think Ms. Rangel can speak a little bit more to it, but I know that there was student input into up until this point regarding the course offerings. Board Member Salami spoke to it a little bit, but I can speak as an example with the computer science A course. That was one that we did a survey of students to see, was there general interest enough to even create this this course offering, with the understanding that, of course, then we're gonna do the same process once it's on the course catalog. Is then then we're gonna actually see who truly wants to enroll. But some of that student input was part of the process and continues to be. Did you want to speak any more to that, Principal Rangel?
Yes, we work with a group called Equal Opportunity Schools, really trying to focus on the inequities and address them. And all students were provided a survey to fill out to really engage their interest in courses. So that is one way that we made these decisions to offer these specific AP courses. In addition, we currently have 103 students enrolled in our AP Computer Science A program, 54 of which are 10th and 11th graders. So we can only assume that they will also want to take AP Computer Science Principles next, which is the reasons why we have that on the books, in addition to the PLTW course, which is enrolled in, we have about 60 students enrolled. So some of these courses are, well, most of the courses are student driven based on that survey and based on our work with Equal Opportunity Schools.
And if I could just add, maybe as a student, both of the things that Ms. Rangel mentioned, the survey, the AP, that was something that everyone took, and it was an effort on Monday that, you know, that students had to take that as a part of their instruction on that day. And I'm in computer science, and that was months-long conversations, and we did have a lot of surveys, conversations, and things like that. So in terms of it being student-driven or not, it is definitely student-driven.
Okay, so my question on the AP Computer Science, why is it the course only offering Java programming and not Python?
Oh, I think that's the requirement of the College Board. I actually did the research. That's not something we can decide.
All AP courses are extremely scripted, and we stick to them to a T. So that's just part of that offering.
All right.
But I do want to say that parent and student interest has been strong and developing our 21st century technology skills. So you're right, Java and Python are things we hear common, you know, in our communications with our parents.
But sorry, Superintendent, but I think that this conversation is speaking to the need for the board to understand more, because there's clearly communication happening and none of us know anything about it. So if anybody asks us a question, hey, how did we come to here? What's the evolution of? How are you meeting? Well, I'll speak for myself. I would not be able to say anything about it, right? So it's a very uncomfortable place to be.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate all of you pushing us to better understand the process. So it seems like it would be really helpful to everybody for us to bring that back and talk through sort of what is the trajectory, because it's a lot of work and it spans over the whole year cycle, and so. It sounds like it would be a great either study session or staff report.
Yeah, I think my comments on this is that the other board members are looking for a process on controlling, doing a better job on master schedule. I'm not a very process person, but I'm an institutionalist. What I'm looking at is the guidelines, precedents, and protocols. Just like, but the end result we want to achieve the same. Is we're a district of rules and orders, not a district of men. We shouldn't depend on an individual's talent or whether you make a good hire to make a good master schedule. It should be, regardless who's in that position, the master schedule is properly followed with the guidelines, so we don't have the problem that we had a couple of years ago at high school. So yeah, I asked today by reading and listening to other board members. I think we're looking for a study session with staff report on the guidelines of master scheduling before we can vote on offering the new course catalogs to the high school. And Member Hill, I see you raise your hand again.
Yes, yeah, and just to echo, Dr. Triplett and Ms. Rangel, I think we're all really supportive of you coming up. I mean, we want to improve the curriculum. I mean, that's that's our goal. We just we don't want to rush into it, and we want to make smart decisions, sustainable decisions. And one other thing, as you go back and work together, I think we all want to be in the boat together. And I think that I'd seen some concerns that were raised by NTA and Mr. Abruzzi that, teachers hadn't been fully, kind of involved in the process. And so I think we want to get them involved, and we're all kind of, rowing in the same direction. And so if you could maybe get them, more involved in this second round, and then we all come back, I think that we'll probably be in a much better position to make a decision.
Just to be clear, teachers have absolutely been involved from the very beginning. So I do take issue with what our NTA president mentioned earlier, and we're happy to articulate how that involvement has looked. But I just want to also understand what President Jean was saying, because what I was hearing is that it would be really good to have a study session in the future around the master scheduling process. The courses in front of us right now is not the master scheduling process. And we do have urgency around approving these courses in order to get them on the course catalog so that we can be following the timeline and process that is already created. So if the board is thinking that we not to approve these courses, which aren't actually related to the master scheduling process, I just want to make sure that the board is aware that that delays the opportunity to create a course catalog, offer it to families and students, and it puts us in a really challenging situation in terms of following our institutional and the processes that we have in place already.
Yeah. If I may, President Zhang, Superintendent, I think we get it. We get it that we're talking about course catalog, and eventually that's going to lead, right, to the master schedule, which absolutely impacts the number of sections, our FTE count, the nuts and bolts, right? But I think that we know there's urgency. Principal Rangel talked about the timeline and the sequence. Can we do a staff report then at the next meeting, or can you all do and just walk us through here is this timeline, here is the sequence of events that we are following, and by the way, here's what we've done, and here's who's been part of the process, because it's not just for us, it's just for our community as well, to make sure everybody understands. I think that, at least for me, speaking for myself, will get me much more comfortable with saying, yep, got it, let's move on, let's get these on the catalog. Next is let's talk about how we're going to load the classes. I think it's maybe a two-step thing. Is that something we could do?
Yeah. I think we could. We can come with a presentation around the master scheduling process. I think that we are up against deadlines related to course catalog and course approval. Principal Rangel, feel free to chime in but my understanding is that waiting 2 weeks would significantly delay us, and it would create a lot of frustration on the part of families and students who then are delayed in being able to see what the offerings are. Principal Rangel, feel free to chime in.
Yes, we intend to start going into 8th grade classes in the next 2 weeks, which is before the next board meeting. So the course catalog needs to be revised, printed, and available to families before we even do that. So that is why it's so effective. But again, I just want to state that these courses are just simply an opportunity. It doesn't mean they will necessarily be offered. So.
Okay, Member Brunel.
Go ahead.
Is understanding that the course catalog is not the master schedule, and I echo the concerns of my other board members that we want an update. We want to understand the master scheduling process. I do believe we should move forward with these course catalogs at this point. So that's my opinion.
Member Hill.
Yeah, I mean, the process just feels too rushed to me. And I don't get since I haven't been through the process, right? So I can't really, I don't have, what's the right term? I don't understand how we've arrived at where we've arrived. And I don't understand, okay, here's the universe of courses that we're potentially looking at adding. Here's the criteria for evaluating which ones we're going to pick. And most importantly, how are we going to, tie this to our California school dashboard? So which ones are really, really going to move the needle? Because that's ultimately what's driving a part of our enrollment issue. And so I just feel like it's really rushed. And I think that we should take a deep breath and take a step back, and that it's better to make an informed decision than a rushed decision.
Member Martinez, I think you have some additional comment.
No, I was just going to say it's a little bit of a pet peeve of mine that, to hear that, well, if we don't vote on it right now, it's going to, derail everything. Then the question is, why is it coming to us so late, especially if there's a timeline? But I get it. So, if we needed to, and if it's really going to derail everything, I'm willing to support. We always have the alternative of a special meeting. It really, though, is, Superintendent, the sense of if we have these processes, why are we not getting a chance to think about it or to review and discuss before we have to vote? That's been part of the process that we've been trying to get away from, is an item being presented and that we absolutely have to vote on it because it's just going to blow up if we don't. So that is, and I say that, in my long history of two years, that, those, unless it's really something that was not expected, it's hard for me to buy into if we don't vote on it tonight, it's a big game changer, right? Again, I'm willing to support it if it really is going to derail the entire schedule for the next month of communication. But if so I guess that's what I'll say. I'll support the majority of my fellow board members.
As a board president, I want to ask the board: would the board be comfortable voting on this today with the promise that in February the 4th, the next board meeting, although we don't have a scheduled study session on that board meeting, but with the promise that we will have a study session on the master scheduling, would the board be comfortable voting on this tonight? If there's a promise that the next board meeting, we will add a study session on master scheduling, because I do see a need for board member urgency from and the yearning from other board members that really want to understand how the master scheduling has been done in our district.
I'm not comfortable.
Even with knowing that the next, Superintendent, speaking of logistics, would it be possible to add a study session on master scheduling in a subsequent board meeting on February the 4th?
And remember, it's two things, because Superintendent has been very clear to there's master schedule and there's course catalog. We're talking about courses for the course catalog right now.
Yeah, I mean, right? I'm not even comfortable that that we've picked the right courses, right? We haven't been a part of that process, and I don't see how it ties to the California school dashboard. So so we're starting to make commitments right now. I just, and like you were saying, Member Martinez, right? It's always this sort of rush. And in my experience, usually no good decision is rushed.
Superintendent Triplett, when it comes to the logistics of this, because my main concern is, I think the course catalog, that part is fine, because if you are going to follow a strict procedure about deciding whether to offer that class in the following semester only after you follow procedure and you see demand from the students and you are able to hire the right teacher for that one. That's how the course offering is materialized. So my stick point is the master scheduling. How you go from course catalog to offering this course in the following school year. So I guess speaking of logistics, so that as a result, the master scheduling procedure, like that's not creating additional problem like we did a couple of years ago, that will be my main sticking point. So Superintendent Triplet, I would like to ask you about the logistic and the possibility of having a study session on the February 4th meeting.
Yeah, thank you, President Martinez. Sorry, President Jean. Yeah, we can. I believe we can have a study session on the 4th. Ms. Gutierrez, correct me if I'm forgetting something, and that it could be about the master scheduling process, if that's what you want to see, or it could be about the course, the course catalog and the development of the course catalog. I think that's either one of those is possible.
Okay, and Member Nguyen, will be your. Are you comfortable with moving voting on this item and with the promise that the next, because the originally February 4th board meeting should have no study session, but we're requesting to an add-on study session on February the 4th, specifically on course catalog and master scan, whatever we want to decide. Are you comfortable voting on this tonight with the promise that there will be a study session the next board meeting?
And I'll be honest, initially I'm not, but because I, like all this additional information, we're having this discussion now. I am in the same mindset as Member Martinez in terms of that, we tend to get information or things that we need to approve always kind of last minute, and this, in light of everything, I mean, generally all of us are pretty new to the board, and for us not knowing the processes of how catalogs are put together and how it determines the master schedule, I think that's so important to us, and I think all of us want to know, the enrollment numbers for each of the classes, what was offered last year versus how they're going to be projected for next year. I think those are all things that we look forward to in the last couple of years, which we haven't been because we've been dealing with a lot of financial stuff, issues in the district. And for this to come up, I was certainly very excited to see all of this stuff. But to answer your question, because I'm being long-winded, yes, I'm okay with us voting on this tonight, and we'll support it if we have a study session on the 4th.
Okay, so because for me, I think the promise of a February 4th study session, whether it's on course catalog or on master scheduling, I think that's a reasonable compromise that I was seeking. I guess the thing is, do we want to have just master scheduling study session for February 4th, or we want to divide it half, 30 minutes for course catalog, 30 minutes for how we do master scheduling? Or, Member Martinez, go ahead.
I was going to propose, I wouldn't want to split it half and half because I think master scheduling kind of deserves its own time. Perhaps, maybe even Superintendent, maybe just a staff report on that Principal Rangel can, where you talk about this process that is followed and who you're partnering with him, because I don't think it has to be this really long, it's just, we just don't know, right? How we got here to give us that sense of comfort. So I would suggest that the study session, I actually, I think my proposal would be that it would be 100% focused on master schedule, because that, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so given, like I said, the sticking point is not offering class, it's offering class, and then and it's not putting the class in the catalog, it's offering class. We only have 15 students there, and you need to hire a new FTE to do that. So I will also be comfortable supporting I still want a study session on master scheduling on February the 4th. would the staff be comfortable doing that, Superintendent Triplett, on February the 4th?
Yeah, I think we can do that. And Principal Rangel, feel free to chime in if that does not seem doable in such a short time frame, because we would be relying on your team.
Yeah, we'd be happy to return and do that.
On February the 4th.
On February the 4th, you have my commitment.
Okay, thank you. So I guess, so we have this compromise, and majority of the board is comfortable moving forward with this. So Ms. Gutierrez, can you repeat the motion?
I wanted to note that it has been noted that Member Zhang has asked for a study session on February 4th on the master schedule. And the motion in order to take a vote on this item is the board will take a vote to approve the new courses.
Motion made by.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Motion made by Member Salami and second by Member Zhang.
Okay. Student Member Salami, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Martinez? Member Martinez, I think you're on mute. Member Martinez?
Oh, sorry. I thought yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Nothing personal, but I feel it's too rushed. No.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. Do we have the board doc? I don't see the board doc having the pop-up for voting.
I did send it. Did some of you receive it?
No.
Nobody received it? I did send it, and I can manually input it based on your votes. Did you want to see it, or?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
So we can move on.
Okay, motion carries was 4 ayes and 1 no, and Member Hill voted no, and I think he explained his no vote during the discussion already. Thank you. Moving on to the next item is consent calendar personnel items where student members don't vote. Before we vote on that, I would like to pull item 14.1 personnel report.
I'm sorry, President Zhang, if you can give me a second before you proceed. I think board docs did not go through because it might have logged me out. So if you just give me, if you give me just give me a 1 quick minute.
Oh, and by the way, thank you, Mrs. Rangel, for the discussion with us.
No problem. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it did log me out. So 1 second, I'm recording the votes. And we are able to move on. So now we are on consent agenda items. I do want to note for you, President Zhang, that we do have comments on 14.1 and 14.5.
Okay, so that would I will pull 14.1 and item 14.5 job description dual immersion elementary teacher off the consent calendar. Any other board member that want additional discussion on other items so we can pull? Seeing none, may I get a motion to approve consent calendar 14.2 through 14.4?
Oh,
I would like to. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks. I will move the consent calendar without the 2 items that were removed.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Motion made by Member Grindal, seconded by Member Martinez.
Sorry, point of clarification here. So we're
Yeah.
removing which items?
No, we're not removing. We're pulling 14.1 and 14.5 out of the consent vote. So we'll discuss them individually and call individual vote on those items.
Okay,
And
great.
given
Thank you.
seeing no other board member want to have any additional discussion on 14.2 to 14.4, as a result, I call for a bulk vote from 14.2 to 14.4. Motion made by Member Grindel and seconded by Member Martinez. Personnel.
So sorry.
Yeah.
Can you give me a minute? I just want to look at this. Sorry.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, President Zhang. So which ones are you pulling again?
14.1 and 14.5. We will be discussing those two items individually.
Okay, but you're saying we're going to approve 14.2, 14.3, 14.4.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm good now. Yep.
Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motions carries unanimously for 14.2 and 14.4 till 14.4. Coming back to item 14.1, personnel report, Ms. Gutierrez, can we bring in our speakers?
Yes, Mr. Rose, for 14.1, we have, sorry, let me look at the name. It's a little bit different. Ken White, please.
Yes.
Oh, actually, I forgot. We should. I always should ask for a motion on 14.1. May I get a motion to approve the personnel report as presented?
I move.
I'll second.
Motion made by Member Martinez, seconded by Member Nguyen, and I guess Mr. White, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Members of the board, my name is Ken White. I'm an attorney, a former federal prosecutor, and for the last 20 years, a criminal defense attorney and litigator. One of my specialties is Government Code Section 1090, the provision I know you're familiar with that prohibits people serving the public from being financially interested in contracts. I want to comment today about a matter on 14.1, and that specifically is the rehiring of Ms. Lucia Gutierrez. When the board hired Ms. Gutierrez to an executive position after she had been a board member, with respect, that violated 1090. The board cannot evade 1090 by having someone resign and then hiring them after they've resigned to a paid position. That's very clear from California law, from court cases, from the Attorney General, and from the Fair Political Practices Commission. Now it appears the board thinks that it can cure this violation of the statute by having her resign again from the executive position and then rehiring her. That is incorrect. And respectfully, if someone has advised you that that is a safe maneuver, it is not. And I say that with the confidence of 20 years practicing cases with 1090 and taking them all the way to the California Supreme Court. California law is very clear that you cannot hire a member of a body such as yours just by having them resign and then appointing them to the position. Even with the distance of a few months, that is what you're doing here. This is not a moral judgment or a judgment on character at all. Section 1090 is very unforgiving and many think unfair. And I have represented people who have been charged with criminal violations of 1090, even though they got advice, bad advice from counsel for their boards that this was permitted or not a 1090 violation. If you have gotten legal advice that this is safe, what you're about to do, I'm here to tell you that is bad advice. Could it perhaps pass muster? Maybe, but it is at a minimum legally quite dangerous. And you should bear in mind that for the last 3 years, California law has made aiding and abetting a 1090 violation by someone else a criminal violation. I respectfully submit that you are, I hope unwittingly, participating in a violation of the law. I know you don't want to do that and you don't want to serve as that example. I urge you respectfully to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
Not on this item.
Okay. Superintendent Dr. Triplett, I'll yield the floor to you.
Thank you, President Jean. I appreciate you pulling this item just to have clarity, because I recognize that there is one particular personnel line on there that the public may have questions about. So tonight's personnel report does include the appointment of the executive assistant to the superintendent. And as you may remember, the board approved the appointment of this position last summer. However, several months later, the district received a complaint about the appointment. While the district believes the complaint's allegations were without merit, to eliminate any questions going forward and the need to expend additional district resources on the complaint, the district conducted a subsequent and separate appointment process, which has resulted in the recommended appointment included in tonight's item.
Okay. Any discussions from the board? Seeing none. Ms. Gutierrez, can you repeat the motion?
Yes. Staff recommends that the board approve the personnel report. I'm sorry,
I think it's motion made by Member Grindal and seconded by Member Martinez, I believe.
Thank you.
Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill? Member Hill? Unmute. Member Hill?
Sorry, I abstain.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 4 ayes. And
Or do you want to provide clarity, Member Martinez?
I was just gonna, it was point of order from our governance handbook, board policy, unless there is a point of, oh, what's the word I'm looking for, Ms. Gutierrez? Conflict of interest. Conflict of interest. The board is compelled to vote and not abstain. So I just wanted to share that.
Okay.
Can you explain what that means? Sorry.
So that the only permissible reason as to abstain to a vote is if there is a potential conflict of interest.
yeah, so I want to comment on that as well. So I believe so far I abstained from 2 votes so far. One has to do with a case related to somebody who happens to be my banker. The other happens to be somebody we're voting for the delegation elected to the California school board delegation who happens to be someone I know. So that's the 2 places where I abstain. So other than that, yes, unless there's a conflict of interest, generally we don't abstain from voting. Would you want to change your vote, Member Hill?
I think you're telling me I have to. Okay. Yes.
Okay. My vote is as well. Motion carries unanimously with 5 ayes. Moving on to item 14.5, job description, dual immersion elementary teacher. Can I get a motion to approve the job description for dual immersion elementary teacher?
I move.
I would second.
Motion made by Member Nguyen, seconded by Member Grindal. Any public comments? Can we bring in the public comment?
Yes, we have public comment by Cindy Parks.
Good evening. Hi, good evening. I'm sure you would all agree that every student in the district deserves a teacher qualified to provide them with their instruction. Whether it's the TK or kindergarten teacher teaching them their letters and numbers, or the high school calculus teacher teaching them a fundamental theorem of calculus. That is the reason I previously brought to your attention, excuse me, the district's need to ensure the BCLAD credentialed teachers for its dual immersion program. I was discouraged to see the job description say BCLAD credential or equivalent. I'm not sure what would qualify for the equivalent. As far as I can see, our surrounding districts that have dual immersion programs require a BCLAD credential for their teachers. I would hope Newark Unified would require nothing less. Please consider moving this somewhat nebulous term you approved, or nebulous term when you approved the job description, thus requiring the teachers in the dual immersion program to possess a BCLAD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Parks. I believe there's no more speakers, right?
That is correct.
I will bring the floor back to Superintendent Dr. Triplett. Actually, there are some discussions. I see Member Hill raised his hand. Member Hill, you're on mute.
So thanks. So we talked about the dual immersion program in our last board meeting. And I think that we had 3 board members. So I believe it was Member Martinez and Member Nguyen as well as me, basically talk about the fact that, you know, we haven't formally improved this program as a program, and that we wanted to learn more about it. We wanted to see a plan, we wanted to see a budgetary impact, and we wanted to see how it ties to metrics. And so I don't see how we can be identifying positions and improving positions until we actually have seen a plan and a budget. So, I mean, I think we've kind of got the cart before the horse.
Superintendent Triplett, would you want to respond to that?
Yes, thank you, Member Hill, and Mr. Martinez, feel free to chime in. So what we're bringing forth to you today is a job description. It's not approving of any position. It's just approving a job description. And then from there, we absolutely intend to bring the bilingual immersion plan as requested by the board to you in early February. So that's something that I believe have been communicated to all the board members. That's our intention, is to bring forth a plan in on the February 4th at the February 4th meeting. Mr. Martinez, did you want to add anything to that? You're on mute, Mr. Martinez.
Simply that it's just a step in the process. As Dr. Triplett indicated, there are other things that are going on simultaneously. Again, it's simply an essential function of what we hope that individual is going to do when he or she is hired into that position. So again, just
yeah, because my concern, right? I mean, as you guys all know, I've spent my entire career in business. So if we were going to do a startup, right, and we were going to identify, okay, what types of positions do we need to staff that startup? Well, there'd be a big difference in the position description if you were going to start a software company versus you were going to be building equipment, or if you were going to be running a donut shop. And granted, we don't have that big of a difference, but I really don't think that we should be putting job descriptions in until we clearly understand what the program is, what the scope is, what the goals are. Because if we don't get it right, we're going to have to amend it. And so I really think that we ought to get the program defined first before we start talking about job descriptions.
if I could just point out, the job description, with the exception of 4 or 5 essential duties, is same as the teacher job description, general education. So there are about 4 bullet points that are added into the job description that refer specifically to what a teacher would do in a dual immersion program. Otherwise, it's very similar to the general ed, regular ed teaching job description.
Still doesn't change my opinion.
Okay.
So I have a seeing raising hand. I'll first yield to Member Grindal.
Thank you. I was just going to ask for Ms. Park's comment to be addressed.
Superintendent Triplett? I think that's also happened to be my question. Are we going to hire a B-class teacher for this dual immersion program?
Yes, so I'll let Mr. Martinez chime in, but yes, the intention is that for the classes that require a B-clad, that would be a requirement. Not all positions in a dual language immersion school do require a B-clad credential. We intend to, at minimum, have 2 teachers with a B-clad credential as we start off, and that fits with the current plan that we'll bring forth to the board in February. But it also was part of the presentation that the boards already saw earlier this month. Mr. Martinez, would you like to add anything?
There's nothing much to add, although, you know, my direction has been find the B-clad person, and that's what we're specifically after, fully authorized B-clad.
Okay. Member Grindal?
I was going to say, given that, can we strike the or equivalent since we don't think there is an equivalent?
Let me give you an example of what an equivalent might be. We might have a native speaker who may have everything but the B-clad, which before that would be what's referred to as a BCC, bicultural credential, where maybe the B-clad isn't part of that. The candidate may be working on it, but in the meantime, he or she is a native speaker. We would hire then that person possibly and make sure that person would be enrolled in the B-clad program so that we could finally, get that person fully authorized through a B-clad. That's just an example of what could happen if we couldn't find a teacher. Sometimes there are native speakers who may even be from somewhere else who has a teaching credential but doesn't have the California B-clad. We could look at something like that. That's all that covers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Martinez. And just as an example, we do that with other teachers all the time. So intern credentials are the same thing, where a teacher might not yet have a credential, but they're in a program, and so therefore they are qualified to begin teaching. And so it's not any different than other teaching positions in that sense.
Thank you.
So that language just gives you flexibility in hiring. And then I have one more question. I know that we had, there was presentation last year on the certifications of our teachers. And on there, I believe there were 2 B-clad certified teachers on that list. But when we're looking for this in particular, are you recommending that they have a B-clad in Spanish, particularly in Spanish, or are the B-clad certified teachers in our district, are they B-clad in Spanish or in another language?
Yeah, it would be Spanish. Yeah, and there are a number of teachers who are in B-clad programs right now that are in our district, but then of course we would open these positions up for people outside our district as well.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments and questions? Seeing none, Ms. Gutierrez, can you repeat the motion?
Yes, staff recommends the Board of Education approve the job description for dual immersion elementary teacher. Motion made by member Nguyen and second by member Grindal.
Okay. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 4 ayes and 1 no, and I believe Member Hill has already explained his no vote. Thank you, Mr. Martinez, for the discussion. I'm watching the clock. It is, I will say it's with regret that we might need to extend the meeting a little bit, even though I think we might be able to finish by 10. So, but I don't think we'll need a lot of time. So I will make the motion to extend the meeting by 10 minutes till 10:10 p.m. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Student member Salemi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
No, I want to extend it till 10:30. To 10:30. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries unanimously.
We just wasted
Moving on.
minutes.
Yes, moving on to the next item, consent calendar, non-personnel items. Any members that want to poll any individual item? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve item 15.1 through 15.4?
I move to approve 15.1 through 15.4.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Motion made by member Martinez, seconded by member Nguyen. Student member Salemi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Grindal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries unanimously.
And I apologize, President Zhang, who made the motions?
Motion made by member Martinez, seconded by member Nguyen.
Thank you very much.
16.1 Board of Education Committee reports. Any committee reports? Mission Valley ROP member Martinez?
Yes, we had a meeting last week. I'm actually going to be chairing that that group. So, you know, there were a lot of good discussions about Superintendent Hansen joining the meetings on the graduate profile. So he's very excited to collaborate with that and all the other initiatives that I know that you all are speaking about. So I just really look forward to those meetings. I'm learning a lot from my colleagues from New Haven and Fremont. So I hope to have more knowledge next time, and I'll be sharing. There was some information. I should have brought it. I should have brought my notes in front of me. I don't have them with regards to the funding and where we are. You know, with how we've been funding to date. I will share that either in an email or at the next meeting. I'll be more prepared. Thank you.
Okay. There's nothing from SELPA. Anything from City School Liaison Committee?
Meeting scheduled for Monday.
You mean in 3 days, in 4 days?
Correct.
Okay. Any other comments on the Liaison Committee?
Nope.
Okay. Moving on to the EBICS. I don't think there's any update from EBICS. Audit committee that we reported last time. Anything from board and parcel tax committee, bond and parcel tax committee? I guess this committee hasn't been having a meeting for a while. So I think that's pretty much it. Moving on to the next item, 16.2 Board of Education request. Student member Salemi.
No request.
Member Martinez.
No requests.
Member Grindal.
Just looking forward to the study session about the master schedule on the 4th.
Member Hill.
Yeah, so I just wanted to thank Dr. Triplett for pulling together a preliminary kind of plan around the merger, the school merger. But my request is could we actually have the facilitator slash project manager come in and give a presentation on kind of the plan, and kind of explain the milestones and progress. And then I think also that you had still had a to-do for the budget, and that maybe they could present the budget as well. And that maybe on an ongoing basis, we could have a regular update, maybe once a month, since this is so important and needs to get done by middle of the summer. So that's my request.
Okay. Member Nguyen?
President Jean, before we move
actually,
on.
if this is your request is to, because if your request has another two board member, majority board member nodding with you, and that will put that onto the agenda, I believe.
I'm nodding.
I got a third. I see Member Martinez nodding, so you got a majority of the board agreeing with you, and hopefully Superintendent Triplett will plan this request on a future agenda item going forward.
Yeah, President John, could I just want to make sure that I'm really clear on what's being requested.
Member Hill, can you repeat your specific action item to put on the agenda?
Sure. So yeah, so what we'd like to see is that the person who you're appointing as kind of the project manager, I think you're calling them the facilitator, that they could come and give us a presentation about, okay, here's the plan that we've got, here's the team, and here's the key milestones, progress to date, and also the associated budget.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the facilitator, the facilitator is the person who is facilitating the design team meetings, but they wouldn't be in a position to present all of those things. But I'm happy with my team to present on those things. And
so we don't have a project manager?
The facilitator is facilitating the design team. But as you saw on the planning document, each different aspects of the planning process and the project has someone who is accountable, and then someone who's responsible, and then groups who are collaborating.
And who's coordinating all the different work streams?
That would be I'm accountable for the whole entire project. Each one of those different work streams are big buckets of work, has someone who is accountable for that particular bucket.
So you're the project manager?
That's not what I would call myself, but I am accountable to ensuring that this merger is successful. And part of my job as superintendent is absolutely to manage all of my direct reports, to ensure that they are getting their work done and are accountable to completing tasks.
Okay, so if you're the accountable, then if you could then maybe bring in kind of the whole plan, and because the part that I saw in the report that you had submitted is that I could see that there were work streams, and I could see that there were kind of buckets of things. But it would be good to really be able to see a little bit more detail, and also see kind of due dates, and also to see, are we on track or off track, as well as a budget. Because bottom line, right, I think I've mentioned I've been doing project management for 25 years. If you don't do that, projects go off track, and we can't afford to have this go off track.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Superintendent, I recognize at the end of the day, this isn't your purview. And I think that without adding a ton of work, the RACI and the timeline that you put together, I think is just a really good document to just review. There is, whether it's a specific date or not, I think it's more of like, hey, there's items from November and December. Can we change it to the color to say, hey, these are complete, these were my intent to be completed, and by the way, here we've already done this. It just gives a perspective. Are we ahead or behind? Again, so we can't and won't micromanage you, but I think we are just trying to get a sense of, are we moving to plan, and are there some key milestones in there that we're maybe thinking, in February we need to do school culture, and we think that that's a, high risk item, whatever, however you want to call certain things out. But I think just using the document that you have is a good place to start.
Okay.
Just without adding more work for you.
If I may add, just based on the governance handbook, superintendent has to act on direction of the majority of the board. So we just to make sure that there is clarity that what is being requested is being approved by the majority of the board.
Yeah, I guess this just, since you're the facilitator, superintendent, I guess this just falls on you to make the presentation on the more concrete plan with plans, personnel, and timeline for this merger. I think we got a majority of the board agreed on this.
Great. Yeah, I'm not the facilitator. We have a facilitator who's going to be supporting the design team, but I am ultimately accountable for the entire project.
Okay, Member Nguyen, what's your request?
I had one request during the board meeting and it was already been satisfied, so I'm
okay.
I'm good. Yeah, as long as we get to see the superintendent report published either in the library so our community can access them or on the internet somewhere on our website, that would be great. Other than that, I don't have anything else. Oh, actually I do. I lied. For the dual immersion, you stated that the dual immersion plan is going to be presented in February. Is it going to be the first or second meeting of the month?
The plan is for the first meeting.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Thanks.
And member, sorry, President Zhang, just very quickly to piggyback on on Member Nguyen's question around bringing back the plan. Superintendent Triplett, I know that we've been asked, or there's been a question circulating, I know amongst ourselves, of whether this is we've actually approved. So are you bringing the plan forward for approval or still some additional review? What would we expect on that next meeting?
Yeah, I hope to bring it forward for your approval.
Okay.
So can we include a budget then? A budget and metrics?
Ms. Dela Cruz, is that possible to include a budget on our dual language plan? And board members, the reason I'm asking is really the budget for Schilling will be to a large extent the budget for the dual immersion program, because that's where it's going to be housed. And I don't know if we will have all our school budgets done by February 4th, but Ms. Dela Cruz, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I guess that would depend. What are we looking for? Because if it is part of the Schilling's budget, that's still in the budget development cycle right now. And
when can we, when would we be able to bring forth to the board those school budgets?
that usually happens in June when we adopt the budget. So I'm not.
If I may clarify, at least this is the ask that I had made prior to your tenure, superintendent, which was, I think I'd asked the previous person in your role, and I said, hey, should we expect this program or this dual immersion to cost us more? And the answer I got was no. And we said, okay, but aren't you purchasing some initial, there's some startup cost, if you will. We're going to purchase some initial curriculum. We're going to purchase, so net once we get going, maybe the run rate is the same, but there might be some startup costs. So I don't think we're looking at the overall budget. It's more of what's that additional cost, right? We know that there's a benefit there. It's just the cost. Yeah. So if we had something like that,
I think we can come up with that, Dr. Triplett.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, from me, I don't really have any additional requests being requested by other board members already. Moving on to Board of Education recognition announcement, student member Salemi.
So ASB is planning a mental health town hall, and that's ongoing efforts with Dr. Triplett, ASB, and other school leaders to advance that conversation. we're calling it a town hall, and it's going to be an hour, and we would love to invite you all to watch. We're still planning out the logistics, but we'll convey that date and time probably the first week of February.
Okay, thank you. Member Martinez?
I just want to say kudos to Superintendent Triplett. I know we come at you with a lot, and again, in your short tenure, we're seeing some really, really good things. But so hang in there. I hope we mean well. We're here to support, but we really appreciate all of the things and all the work that you're doing for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Member Grindel?
I want to echo those comments. I appreciate all your efforts and all your staff and all the teachers who are working so hard to help our children learn. So I appreciate everything that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you. It's a big lift. Yeah, we know.
Member Nguyen?
This week was really inspiring, I have to say. Obviously, with the inauguration and everything, and then also Superintendent Triplett invited me to sit in on the Star Academy meeting and with staff who's putting that together, and I just thought it was so inspiring how hard all the teachers are working to develop this new program for the students, and I'm really excited for them to be able to kick that off. And it's so integral. They're writing a huge grant proposal, and cross my fingers we'll get it, and we can get our students started in more robotics and more computer science. And it was just amazing. So to be a part of that and to see the progress that your staff is making. So thank you for that. And I just want to also thank my fellow board members and our executive cabinet for all their hard work. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So yesterday, we again witnessed one of the hallmarks of our democracy, the peaceful transfer of power. And obviously, as the events in the past 2 weeks have taught us that the fragility of our democracy, it requires every one of us to play our part in defending and preserving it. And on a light note, if I forget on Saturday, if I'm going to forget on Saturday, I want to wish Member Martinez a early happy birthday. So that's all from me. Moving on to 17.1, Superintendent's conclusion remark. You got two minutes left. Dr. Triplett?
All right, I'll make it 30 seconds. The appreciations to everybody, particularly the staff who are just working so hard right now. And this is a really major crunch time with at this time of year, schools, teachers, principals, district staff, they have 1 foot in this current year and this reality, and 1 foot in next year. And that's the way it's going to be from here to till the end of the school year. And it's really hard. So I want to appreciate everybody for being in that space. And I want to really appreciate the students who have had a chance to engage with this week, particularly the Black Student Union. They're going to be coming forth in the upcoming month to speak with the board about some of the things that they're really wanting to do to engage, do a better job of, or pushing us to do a better job of engaging African-American families and supporting African-American students in our schools. So it was really a pleasure to work with to meet with them, and really looking forward to partnering with them for us to continue to improve how we support our students and families. All right, that wasn't 30 seconds, but thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Next item, adjournment. I move to adjourn the meeting. Can I get a second?
I second.
Go ahead.
Student member Salemi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries unanimously. Meeting is adjourned at 10 p.m. And good night. Thank you, everybody, and good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.